It's 5 to 10, and with millions of you having cast your votes, the polls are about to close.
The arguments of the campaign are over. The counting is about to start. So, let election night begin.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to our election night studio, your destination for unrivaled coverage over the next 10 hours as we discover whom you've chosen to walk through that famous door in Downing Street.
Last time round, Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party. We were still in the European Union and no one had heard of coronavirus.
Today, of course, the political landscape is very different and the leaders of all the main parties have changed. Sir Keir Starmer cast his vote this morning. Only 4 Labour leaders have ever been elected Prime Minister. Has he done enough to seal the deal with the British people? And can he lead Labour to its first victory in nearly 20 years?
Rishi Sunak is the 5th Tory Prime Minister in quick succession. He surprised the country with a snap election and has been fighting hard to hang on to power after the Tories' 14 years in charge. But can he cross Jeremy Vine's winning line outside number 10?
Every paving stone a parliamentary seat. You remember 2019 when Boris Johnson won all these seats and paved a path to the door of number 10. This time, can Labour turn the blue seats red and send Keir Starmer through that historic black door, or will the Conservatives hold them off?
This is the engine room of our election coverage, where we're keeping an eye on all the election centres right across the UK with an army of reporters. Fiona Bruce and Victoria Derbyshire are with the Labour and Tory leaders. And the race to deliver the first result is always fiercely contested. So we have our earliest risers on the hunt for the early declarers.
Hello, I'm in Blythe, where a recount in 2019 stopped them winning. But this time, this team is even more determined than ever. Do we think we can beat Sunderland this time?
Yes! Well, let's just see, shall we? Sunderland has won this race many, many times, and they're not giving up without a fight.
Here in London's Broadcasting House, our teams are poised, ready to gather and then verify every single result as they begin to come in. And of course, at the heart of it is Professor Sir John Curtis, who's been hard at work already all day with the exit poll team. And in just a few moments, we can legally reveal the results of all of those calculations.
That exit poll will indicate who will be heading here to the Commons, and Rita Chakrabarti will be checking all the numbers.
We're feeding all that data into the giant screen now, and in a few moments' time, I'll be able to tell you which seats are most likely to be changing hands.
If neither Keir Starmer nor Rishi Sunak win the magic 326 seats, could one of the smaller parties back them up? Ed Davey's Liberal Democrats would love to become the 3rd biggest party once again. Nigel Farage is back in frontline politics with Reform UK. And Kirsty Wark is watching the battle in Scotland.
I'm here in Glasgow, where we're expecting a night of high drama, with politicians using the results in Scotland to argue for or against independence. I'll be joined by the country's senior politicians, advisers and commentators to react to the big stories right through the night.
Ready for an avalanche of information and reaction? Our political editor, Chris Mason, is with us here in the studio.
So, we're seconds away from 10 o'clock and the exit poll, a first indication of how the night might unfold. More than 20,000 people took part on behalf of the BBC, ITV News and Sky in this first July election since 1945. 326 seats I needed to win. So, here we go.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a majority of around 170 seats.
The exit poll predicts that Labour will have captured 410 seats, adding 209. It suggests the Conservatives will have lost 241 MPs, landing on 131.
On to the other numbers. The Liberal Democrats up 53 on 61 seats. Reform on 13 seats. The SNP down 38 seats. According to this exit poll, on 10, Plaid Cymru are on 4, they're up 2, and the Greens are up 1 on 2.
All the pointers tonight are that Sir Keir Starmer is taking Labour back to power. Only the 5th Labour leader to win a general election. These are the first indications of what may unfold, but a moment of history beckons. Chris.
Blimey, just take a look and take in those numbers. The Conservative Party, so often an election-winning machine, looks pulverised tonight, taking in those numbers. At the last general election, it was Labour that was pulverised, reduced to its smallest number of seats since 1935. At the time, there was talk that Boris Johnson might serve as Prime Minister into the 2030s, and that for Labour to win by just a smidgen would require a Himalayan climb on their part. And yet you look at those numbers and they have won by a mile. What does this tell you? It tells us a lot about voter volatility. Like never before, more people in more places more often are more willing to change their minds about who they support from one election to another. That's why it looks like we went from a landslide last time for the Conservatives to a landslide for Labour this time. It is going to be quite the night.
And Chris, we should remind viewers there's a high degree of scepticism we should apply to this exit poll. They have a very good track record, but it's only over the next few hours that the results will come in and will tell us the real verdict of the British people. But it does seem, as it has done all the way throughout this campaign, that Sir Keir Starmer has done something extraordinary, pulling back Labour from where it was in 2019.
Astonishing when you look at the Labour numbers, given where they were, given the extent to which they had been so comprehensively beaten last time. There was lots of folk in lots of political parties anticipating that that would mean they'd be out of power for at least a decade. And yet you look at these numbers, and of course we should insert the caveat, shouldn't we? But given the margin of that Labour lead in the exit poll, there is plenty of scope for that to be out by a reasonable margin and Labour still to be heading for a very sizable, historically big majority. Where we should insert a few more caveats, shouldn't we, is around some of the smaller parties, not least the Scottish National Party, by dint of the SNP merely standing in Scotland. There are fewer data entry points into that exit poll, so there's a bit more caution around that. Similarly around reform as well. So some things to sort of mark our card in terms of caveats. But in terms of the big story, it looks very clear. And we overuse words like historic, don't we, occasionally in journalism. I'll plead guilty to that. But these numbers, if they are broadly in line with where we find ourselves by breakfast time, warrant that label. Yeah, historic, seismic. Yeah. What a shift in the political tectonic plates. No question that the polls have been all over the place in terms of measuring the size of a potential Labour majority. But if this exit poll, for early indication, if it is right, we're talking about potentially Labour being in power into the 2030s. Well, or not, because who knows if the equal and opposite might happen at that as a next election. And the recent electoral history tells you that things can swing in all sorts of directions remarkably quickly. But to answer your question the other way, if you like, Clive, if you're a Conservative tonight absorbing these numbers, clearly they are bleak and point to a long, long way back if that's how the numbers stack up as the hours come. You know, the number of Conservative seats worst in a century, Labour broadly similar in terms of where they are majority-wise and indeed seats-wise, according to the exit poll, from 1997. So to just give you some sort of historical metric, that's the zone we're in. OK, Chris, thank you.
We're going to be getting much more from you throughout the night, of course.
We will. And through the night, we'll be joined by a parade of political guests. Some of them will be in jubilation. Some of them will be very much at the other end of the scale. We're joined initially by Lord Mandelson, who is, of course, one
already,
of the architects of the 1997 New Labour victory. And Steve Baker, the Conservative, who doesn't know yet whether or not he is held onto his seat in Wickham. And we will come to them in just a couple of minutes. But I want to remind you of these numbers as they have been revealed by the exit poll, showing Labour on 410 seats, having gained 209. The Conservatives crashing down to 131, losing 241. 61, the Liberal Democrats, an incredible performance for them if they are correct, on 53 seats. The SNP crashing down to 10, Plaid Cymru gaining 2, the Greens gaining 1, and the Reform Party gaining 13. You can just about see them coming onto the glorious prow of Broadcasting House here in the heart of London. But as Chris was saying, particularly when it comes to the smaller parties, we will insert lots of grains of salt at this stage. Small errors, small margins of errors in the exit poll could end up with very, very different tallies for them by the end of the night. So bear that in mind.
Yeah, health warnings will be the order of the night until we start getting the real results coming in. Hopefully the first result, possibly in the next hour, hour and a half. Who knows? Fingers crossed. We'll be able to get that to you. Of course, if you're going to have a majority to Labour, according to the exit poll of 170, then that means a number of Labour gains, quite clearly. Right around the country, we're going to have a look at some of those that our psephologists suggest could be changing hands to Labour with a 95% level of certainty. Swindon South, Darlington, Rutherglen from the SNP. We already had the exit poll suggest the situation in Scotland there. Wrexham, Conservative, now potentially gone, according to our exit poll. Leon Atherton, Middlesbrough, Swindon North as well. And it's going to be very, very interesting indeed.
Well, let's go straight to one of the people who it looks like is heading for government. Angela Rayner is with us tonight from Ashton-under-Lyne. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Do you believe these numbers, Angela Rayner?
Well, the numbers are encouraging, but of course the exit poll is a poll, so we haven't had any results yet. I think Keir Starmer has done a tremendous job of transforming the Labour Party and putting forward a programme for government that I'm hopeful that people have got behind.
The numbers are a bit more than encouraging, though, for the Labour Party. I mean, you will have had thousands of activists out on the stump today, banging on doors, doing their own research with their clipboards, getting busy. Do your numbers at Labour HQ broadly match with what we've seen tonight?
Well, if you look at where we were in 2019, just to get a majority of one, we'd have had to have a swing greater than Tony Blair's in 1997. So we know a number of seats were on a knife edge from our own data. But I also know that all of our activists and our candidates have been going out there, not taking anything for granted, and speaking to the electorate about what they believe matters to them and the concerns that they've had. And I think that the thing that kept coming back to us was that the 14 years the Tories have been in power and the chaos that they've had to tolerate is that they wanted that change.
And we'll understand tonight why you're at this stage a bit reluctant to crack a smile. It's been Keir Starmer's watchword all the way through, is to tell you all you must not be complacent. And yet you might be able to hear Peter Mandelson chuckling along in the studio here as you are nobly emphasising that it still may be uncertain for you. So do you think that you are going to be Deputy Prime Minister by the end of the weekend?
Well, look, it'd be an absolute honour and a privilege to be re-elected, first of all, as the MP for Ashton-under-Lyne, but then to be in government as the Deputy Prime Minister. And the 9 years I've been an MP, I've not been able to effect change because we've been in opposition. So the ability and the opportunity to serve the British people and to bring about that change that they're desperate for would be an absolute privilege for me. But I'm not counting my chickens until we've got those results coming in.
Angela Rayner, Clive Myrie here. You're saying you're not counting your chickens. What kind of chickens might they be? What kind of chickens would you like to see in terms of a future job description in a Keir Starmer government?
Well, look, I've been dealing with the New Deal for working people. I want to see secure jobs for people. I want to see those 1.5 million homes that we've promised to be built. I want to support our local government colleagues and our communities and bring them closer together. And I want to serve in whichever way I possibly can, hopefully in a Labour government that can bring about that change they desperately need. And it will be a team effort. The Shadow Cabinet have been working well together, and the Labour team are very keen to make sure that we put country before party and that we serve in whichever way that Keir Starmer would like us to.
Angela Rayner, thank you so much. Bravely standing in the rain there in your own constituency. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Bit of a smile at the very end.
At the very end.
We all caught that. We all caught that. It is an exit poll. It's an early indication, but it is suggesting a landslide for Labour. We're waiting for the results to start coming in, and we have correspondents at more counts right around the country than any other broadcaster. So stick with us. And analysing the results, getting a sense of how the evening is going to progress, is my colleague Rita Chakrabarti, who'll be feeding all that statistics and all the evidence into her giant screen there.
Exactly so, Clive. And I can bring you some of those forecasts. They are forecasts at the moment because it's an exit poll, but it is based on a balance of probability using data from the exit poll that we can calculate the probability of victory or loss in individual seats. And there will be some very well-known Conservative faces who are faced with a brutal night. They include Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, of course. We calculate his chance of hanging on to his seat in Chingford in East London as less than 1%. Steve Baker, who is in the studio here with us. Steve, I'm sorry to be putting you up here on the screen like this, but, you know, we are giving you a less than 1% chance of hanging on to your seat there in Wickham. Also, Grant Shapps, Defence Secretary, a 6% chance of winning his seat in Welwyn Hatfield in Hertfordshire. Let me bring you some more well-known names with a slightly better chance, but they're not going to be very happy looking at this. Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, a 19% chance of winning his seat in Godalming and Ash in Surrey. Another way of saying that is an 81% chance of losing it, of course. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House of Commons in Portsmouth North, her chance of winning at 25%. This is all on the balance of probability given the exit poll. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, arch-Brexiter in North East Somerset, his chance of winning is 47%. So there are some of the big names that we're going to be looking out for. And I can also tell you that based on the information that we have so far, it looks as if Labour has pretty much a 100% chance of winning, gaining 110 Conservative-held seats. So lots and lots of information there.
All right, Rita, thank you for that. Much more from you throughout the night.
Let's have a word then with our guests here in the studio. Steve Baker will talk about our projections that say, I'm afraid for you, show you losing your seat in a second. But Peter Mandelson, welcome to both of you. You were chuckling away when Angela Rayner was nobly suggesting things might still feel uncertain, but you clearly are deeply sceptical that this result is looking anything like other than a landslide.
Angela Rayner is allowed to be sober. She's going to carry big responsibilities in the government if this exit poll is right. I, however, am allowed to be a little bit more gobsmacked. I think that an electoral meteor has now struck planet Earth. In a sense, it's not surprising, given everything the country's gone through over the last 10 years. I think it would have required sort of Superman as leader of the Conservative Party to lead them back to some sort of victory, and Mr Sunak is not Superman. But I would have to say this. This is an extraordinary achievement for Keir Starmer and his team. Nobody in 2019, nobody would have imagined that this was possible. And they and the team and all the people who have run this campaign deserve absolutely every piece of credit that's coming their way.
Steve Baker, do you think you've lost?
Well, I came into this campaign knowing I was widely expected to lose. I do think the dynamic in Wickham is slightly different to what's generally expected in the polls. I know how the constituency works. Happy to talk about it if you like. So I think my chances are quite a bit better, but I could easily have lost very heavily. It is just possible that there's a path to winning narrowly, but we'll see in the morning. But yeah, I absolutely do accept that the polls indicate that very slim chance. It's going to be an incredibly difficult night. You know, if it's the range between, I think, 110 and 241 Conservative MPs losing their seats, that's going to be an extremely painful night, not only for them, but also for all their staff.
But do you accept that you've lost as a party?
Oh, yeah, I think that to sit here, I mean, I think Angela was being far too coy. I am certainly expecting Angela to be Deputy Prime Minister within a few days, and I think Peter's showing his political experience by sitting here, being able to accept that Labour have had a landslide. It's a pretty devastating night for the Conservative Party.
And what went wrong, though?
Well, you know, Peter, to be fair to you, Peter, you know, you said everything that's happened over the last 10 years. The country's been through a number of big stresses, and notwithstanding my support for leaving the EU, there's no doubt it put the country through a great deal of stress. COVID.
You made quite a lot of that stress with you and your Eurosceptic colleagues. You made things very difficult for people who were trying to run the country.
Indeed we did, but I have to say, if we had not resisted the deal over which I resigned from the government, I'm quite sure the Conservative Party would have split sooner and we would have lost power to Jeremy Corbyn, which I don't think even Peter would have welcomed. So I'm not sorry that we did that. I think it would have been an absolute catastrophe, whereas this is likely, from a Conservative point of view, I think this creates a very bad situation. I mean, obviously, I'd be in the Labour Party if I thought the Labour Party was a good thing. I think this will create a bad situation for the country, but one from which we can recover. But that wouldn't have been the case if Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell had taken power. But, you know, I'm very conscious if 241 Conservative MPs lose their seats, it's going to be a very, very painful time for them, for their families, for their staff, for the Conservative Party. And obviously, all of us are very worried about the future of the country under a Labour government, even, of course, Peter's entitled to relish it.
OK, highly unlikely that Rishi Sunak can stay on as leader if all this comes to pass. And if he does go, you're going to run, aren't you?
I don't want to get into that tonight. This story only emerged because there was a recording of a private speech that I gave, and so as a result, it ended up in the press. But
you did not say it.
What's said is said, but what the situation for me is that I've got a great deal of respect for Rishi Sunak. I think he's a man with a brilliant mind, a great heart for our country.
D-Day, announcing this thing in the rain.
But, you know, when that happened,
Sky TV.
I understand from my own...
gambling.
My own colleagues and some in the press that it took a while before even journalists realised that D-Day was a mistake. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, obviously it was. I think for those of us with a background in the armed forces, it was plainly a mistake and he had to stay to the end. But the mistake was made. But, you know, when you look at his capacity to execute and grip detail, it's terrific. And I saw that up front with the Windsor framework. So I've got a great deal of admiration for him. I think he will do what he believes is in the national interest.
Peter, briefly, Peter Mandelson, the transformation of Labour under Keir Starmer from 2019 to now, that is actually more transformational, potentially, than what you were able to do with Labour from 92 to 97, when you think about it.
It's a lot more. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
Before 1997, we had gone up in 1987 under Neil Kinnock. We went up again under Neil Kinnock to 1992. We were on an upward trend heading towards 1997. Now, of course, Tony Blair and all of us turbocharged the changes in the Labour Party that gave us our landslide victory in 1997. But when you compare that to what we've been through, you know, we went down in 2015, we went down in 2019. I don't think there has ever been a party coming from opposition, I think it's unprecedented, to overhaul such an electoral deficit as this and then catapult into not just a majority government, but a huge majority of the kind that your exit poll is suggesting. I can't think in history what precedent exists for it.
All right. We're going to have to end it there for now, but do stay with us. Peter Mandelson, Steve Baker. I know you're going to go off to your own count, but stay with us for a while.
Now, as we've said, we are right around the country. We're at every count, I believe. We can show you pictures of where things are getting busy already. There's Newcastle and Sunderland. Forgive me, Blythe and Sunderland. Now, they are very eagerly racing each other to be the quickest count of the night. They are actually running with those ballot boxes. Look at them there. It's a fierce competition, very, very fierce. And we hope that one of them will come with the first result of the night sometime after 11:10. So we'll keep an eye on those counts. Heroic efforts there.
Yeah, they really go for it in the North
They really
East.
do.
And
They
Sally
really do.
Nugent and Naga Manchetti, they're in competition.
I think they're racing as well.
They're racing too. We're going to go to Victoria, Derbyshire, who I understand is in Richmond, in Yorkshire there, with Rishi Sunak's camp. And just wondering if you're hearing anything as yet, Victoria, as to a response to this exit poll, what the mood might be?
Well, nothing from the Prime Minister, as he still is right now. We're outside his house. We've got a car, actually, that's just left the grounds of the house. It's been so quiet here this evening. No cars going in or out. All we could hear all evening were the sound of the wood pigeons. We could smell the cows in the field next door. The curtains are closed, as far as we can see. The shutters are closed. But the Prime Minister is inside and no doubt absorbing the news of that exit poll. And if it's accurate or near accurate, he will be contemplating the comprehensive defeat, the brutal battering that he has led his party to. We're expecting to hear from him in the early hours of the morning, about 3:30 to 4 o'clock. That will be the first time we think we're going to hear from the Prime Minister, and that will be at the count just down the road at the local leisure centre, where he is hoping, despite what's happening, it would appear, to many of his Conservative MPs, he is hoping to be re-elected as the Tory MP for Richmond and Northallerton.
All right. Victoria, thank you.
Let's look then, we've been showing you some of the forecasts of how the Tory vote has fallen away in different parts of the country. Look at that. In the north, their vote is forecast to have dropped by 24%. Forecast to have dropped by 29% in the Midlands. So there you can see Bridget Phillipson. Now, she looks very happy. She's been the Shadow Education Secretary, one of Keir Starmer's close allies, smiling away at her account in Sunderland. And if the poll is anything like right, she will be the Education Secretary shortly. She's inside at Sunderland while they continue to run around outside. Right, let's cross to the other big camp tonight. Let's speak to Fiona Bruce, who is at Camp Starmer. Perhaps a very different atmosphere there. We're going to stay on these pictures. But Fiona, have you seen height nor hair of the Labour leader who's on the verge of becoming Prime Minister, according to the poll?
Not hide nor hair yet. I mean, the contrast of the atmosphere here compared to what we just saw at Victoria and Richmond could not be greater. Huge sense of anticipation here, feverish activity. They're counting the votes. Keir Starmer, I'm told, was watching the results of that election poll with friends and family. There were all sorts of caveats around the poll, as of course you both have already said, but I'm sure he was delighted to see that result. So this is clearly a very important count, and this is where he is coming to, Holborn and St Pancras. We're expecting the result about between 2 and 3 in the morning. He will arrive probably 45 minutes before then. He'll have a chat with the people who are already counting the votes, wander around, see what's going on, and then, of course, we will hear from him. I'm not expecting to hear from him before then. As to where he goes after that, at the moment, we're not sure. Is he going to go home? Unlikely, I would have thought. Will he go to Labour HQ? Will he go somewhere else? My job tonight is to try and follow him wherever he goes. But at the moment, the count has started, and as I say, there is a huge sense of anticipation here.
OK, Fiona, thanks so much. Keep a close eye and give us a holler if you see any movement. We'll get straight back to you. Thank you for now. Yeah, interesting, the exit poll numbers on Scotland, but lots of health warnings there because we don't have as many areas that are counted as in the figures for the exit poll, so it's a little bit trickier. But we are going to get a bit of a progress report on the evening from Kirsty Walk, who's at the BBC's headquarters at Pacific Quay up there in Glasgow. Hi there, Kirsty.
Hello there, and with me I have Angus Robertson, who is the Cabinet Secretary of the Scottish Government and the former SNP Westminster leader, and Ian Myrie, the MP for Edinburgh South so far, and the shadow Scottish Secretary. That might change after tonight. It's worth saying that we have got on the exit poll 10 seats for the SNP, but we're not extrapolating. I think the parties are extrapolating, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But the BBC is not extrapolating. But first of all, Ian Myrie, if this exit poll is anyway true, we could be sitting with the new Secretary of State for Scotland.
Well, let's underline in bold if. But what we've seen over the last 6 weeks of this election campaign is a changed Labour Party offering change to the public, and the public, I hope, have responded to that. And if the exit poll turns out to be correct, and it is just a poll, but it does chime with what we've seen in the other polls in recent days and in recent weeks, and therefore that's the kind of thing we've been getting back on the doorstep. But we used to be very, very cautious because a lot of these seats, of course, were very, very big SNP majorities, and therefore they could all be very, very tight indeed. And look, we're coming from the worst election result since 1935, and therefore the hill is steep to climb. And it looks as if we're climbing some of it tonight, but let's not get too carried away this early in the night.
This is a very Starmer-esque reaction. No whooping, no jumping up and down.
Well, you know, we've always been confident but not complacent, and we won't be complacent until such times as all those votes are counted and they're in the bag.
Angus Robertson, there's no extrapolation for the SNP. The SNP is just a obviously Scottish party, and you have gone, if this is correct, you've lost 35 seats. Now, the former leader of the SNP, Nicola Sturgeon, tonight says this is the grimmer end of expectations, expects the exit poll to be profoundly right. What's your response to the exit poll?
Well, obviously I'm disappointed, and congratulations to Ian and colleagues. I think it's in line with recent polls over recent weeks that was predicting a Labour victory both at a UK level but also in Scotland. And of course I'm disappointed. I was the leader of the SNP in the House of Commons for 10 years, so that's a lot of my colleagues who it looks like will not be holding their seats. And that is obviously disappointing, but I will agree with Ian. I think it's important. I think the public has just been so sick of Conservative UK governments that they have wanted them out. And I think the Labour message of vote Labour, vote Keir Starmer for change, I think that has resonated. And I think
the Scottish doorsteps.
And on the Scottish doorsteps as well.
With the idea of soft SNP supporters vote for Labour to get the Conservatives out. However, it could just be a straightforward verdict on actually what the SNP has been doing in government in Scotland, because after all, you've been there since 2007. That's a very long time. And people, by and large, the support for independence is kind of sticking where it often is, in the late 40s. But actually, maybe they just feel that the SNP hasn't delivered for them.
Well, if it was as simple as that, the SNP would be getting nearly 50% of the vote. It's not the way that Scottish politics work. This was a UK election where people had the opportunity of kicking out Rishi Sunak, getting rid of the Boris Johnson nightmare, getting rid of the Liz Truss government and the record of total Tory incompetence. And I think the change message chimed. We know that. It's a very powerful message. And I think voters in Scotland decided in a UK election to vote to change a UK government, and the Labour Party managed to land the message that they were the principal vehicle to do that.
But if this exit poll is in any way right, and you are in government with an extremely comfortable majority, it still means that you're going to have to deliver for Scotland in the next 2 years, because there's Scottish parliamentary elections in 2 years' time. And some of the things, and we will interrogate this later, that you've promised and offered may not be possible, because obviously there's fiscal rules to follow. You're not going to have the money to do stuff.
Well, the work will start on that first thing on Friday morning, tomorrow morning, if we're lucky enough for these figures to be correct and Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister. But I think it's really important, particularly for viewers across the whole of the UK, to realise that people in Scotland were demanding change, but they were demanding change from 14 years of the Tories and 17 years of the SNP. It was about NHS and the huge waiting lists in Scotland. It was about the state of the Scottish economy. Yes, a lot of that was to blame on the Tories and 14 years of incompetence and chaos at Westminster, but 17 years of failure in Scotland. And if the SNP take from this message that the voters are wrong, they might end up in an even worse position come the Scottish elections in 2026.
Angus Robertson, Myrie, thank you very much indeed.
Kirsty,
over to you now.
Kirsty,
Yes.
quick question. I mean, it is an exit poll, and it's even trickier predicting these things early on in Scotland. But if the numbers are anywhere near where they are now, where does that leave the SNP and potentially pushing for a second independence referendum?
Nothing.
First of all, there is no extrapolation in Scotland. The SNP 10 is disputed in here, but actually, just say it is 10. It certainly sets the cause of independence back. But you've also got these Scottish elections for the Scottish Parliament. People vote in different ways. This could be it could, as Angus Robertson said, be a protest vote against the Conservative government. It could, as Ian Myrie says, be a verdict on what the SNP's record in devolved things like the NHS, like education is. So actually, it's a much more complex Rubik's Cube in Scotland. It's not just one chamber of power; it's a second chamber of power as well.
Great. OK, Kirsty, thank you.
I think we can hear them in the background arguing over the numbers and whether they really believe the poll. But tonight there will be no arguing with Jeremy Vine's numbers. He's in Cardiff for the night and we are going to cross to him now. Jeremy, let's see what you've got.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, welcome to the headquarters of BBC Wales. And you can see this map here. You see the blue areas. They're Tory seats and the most marginal ones we put first. So we've got a board. Let's call it a battle board. And each tab is a seat. And there are 50 each time I change the board. And these are the most marginal seats, the most marginal of all for the Conservatives going into this election. Burnley with a 127 majority last time. Then Leon Atherton, new seat. 293 majority, really slender majorities, High Peak 590, and then you've got the twin seats of Bury South, Bury North, etc. As we go down the boards, the seats gradually get better defended and the Conservatives have a better chance of keeping them. Now let's show you what the exit poll is telling us. The results we put up, of course, are not results yet. They are going to flash because they're just predictions, but you can see this board. Most of the blue has been washed off this board, except for, interestingly, listening to Kirsty there, the Scottish seats. The Conservatives are defending their Scottish seats better than anywhere else. But it's a wash of red and Liberal Democrat orange as the opposition parties are just ripping through this first Tory board. So these seats changing hands, all the ones except Scotland and Carshalton, Wimbledon, the top two Lib Dem targets, by the way. OK, let's move on. Let's do the next 50 Tory seats. And again, you can see what's happened. Let's have a look. We move it on. You see what's happened here. So seats 50 to 100, 51 to 100. Hendon goes, Truro goes, Wrexham goes, Hazel Grove goes Lib Dem, Plaid Cymru in Cyffredin. Dumfriesshire again stays Conservative. They're somehow defending their Scottish seats. But look at the damage here. We still haven't seen, until we get to Exmouth, a seat outside Scotland that the Conservatives have managed to defend successfully in their first 100. Finchley, Mrs Thatcher's old seat, goes Lib Dem. Let's look at the next board. Again, the map on the floor changes as I bring them on. That's a peachy Lib Dem target, Sutton and Cheam, so they've taken that under our exit poll prediction. Woking, they take Brecon, Eastleigh. It's a phenomenal night for the Liberal Democrats when you think last time they barely had a dozen seats. But look at the red going down the board. The Tories are not defending anything in England at this point, and we're still in the first 150 Conservative seats. The colours on the map are changing. Let's have a look at seats 151 to 200. Where will the Conservatives start to mount a defence in England? Again, Telford Labour, South Devon Lib Dem. Let's have a look. Frome and East Sussex Lib Dem. Lib Dem's doing brilliantly. Labour doing brilliantly. Beaconsfield, there we are. The Conservatives seem to have defended Beaconsfield, but that's heartland Conservative country. Bassetlaw, Reform from the Conservatives. Tunbridge Wells, Bicester, Chelmsford. You're starting to see the Conservatives defend a seat here and there, but this is around about 180th, 190th target seats. Welling, Hatfield, Grant Shapps. Looks as though that one's gone under our prediction as well. Let's see the next board, shall we? Now we're 201 to 250. And again, even seats that are 200 down the target list, Labour are taking. Rochester and Strood, Isle of Wight West. Yes, some are being defended. Melstride back in central Devon, says our prediction. But look, they're taking Lowestoft. Gravesham is interesting. 199th on Labour's target seat list, and we've got them down as a Labour gain. Kettering, Mansfield, Wellingborough, Labour gains still in the majority on this board. You're seeing the Conservatives can't defend their own seats until you get to seat 251, right? So we're way down. We're in safe Tory territory now. Salisbury, Reigate, Tewkesbury, Cambridgeshire, North West, Beverley, Windsor. Even here, Labour are taking seats. Staffordshire Moorlands, Sutton Coldfield, Amber Valley, Herne Bay, Old Bexley, Broxbourne, Chatham, Solihull West. Even here, in their safest seats. Great Yarmouth was the seat of Brandon Lewis, the former Justice and Northern Ireland Secretary who stood down. That's gone under our prediction. So it is a horrible, horrible night for the Conservatives. Finally, here we are. And they mop their brows. Seat 300. And look, at last, the Conservatives are starting to mount a defence, but only in their safest seats. And even then, you've got Labour taking Cannock Chase, which had a huge Tory majority. So the whole map is changing tonight. It's just an extraordinary prediction we've got here.
Jeremy, thank you. Truly a roll call of disaster as you see the names of all those constituencies spin through. We'll be back with Jeremy throughout the night as the real numbers start to come in.
Yeah, we talked to Victoria Derbyshire outside Rishi Sunak's home in Richmond in Yorkshire. The lights weren't on. It looked pretty quiet.
But car left.
But he is tweeting. He is tweeting, and he's put this out to the hundreds of Conservative candidates, thousands of volunteers and millions of voters. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your vote.
Keir Starmer has also begun to have his say. To everyone who's campaigned for Labour in this election, to everyone who voted for us and put their trust in our changed Labour Party, one of his favourite phrases, thank you. So neither man either conceding or claiming victory at this stage of the night. You wouldn't expect them to do any less, but they both are there with a message to their supporters. And when eventually we get their counts at various times through the night, we will hear from them directly on the stage.
Yeah, their count's likely to be later on in the evening. We're looking for the first count.
We are.
We need the first count. And we're hoping that it's going to be one of these counts. Naga in Blythe and Sally, who is joining us as well from Sunderland South. Now, Naga, first of all, how's it looking there?
Hey, evening. It's looking really, really busy. A record's already been broken. I was here in 2019 and it took 38 seconds for the first ballot box to come in. It took 30 seconds today. It's a more streamlined operation here, I will say, but as it's been so strenuously pressed upon us, accuracy is key, not speed. I know you've seen the pictures of outside this leisure centre here in Blythe of cars coming in and people running in with boxes, but this is a really, really streamlined operation. There are 18 teams counting. They are prioritising the first constituency. There are 4 here, Blythe and Ashington. So that will be the first to be declared. And about 15 minutes ago, we were told, look, expect that in around an hour. But, you know, a little bit vague there because the expectation is that could come in at around 11:30. But it may be sooner, you never know. I know we're all waiting for the first results. 4 constituencies here, all new because of boundary changes. Blythe and Ashington, Cramlington and Killingworth, Hexham and Northumberland North. So the secret, what is the secret apart from the running that you are seeing? Well, the secret is lots of people, very little downtime to keep the operation streamlined, but accuracy is key. I've also managed to steal off one of the tables. I don't know if you can see, you might be able to see on the tables, a little thimble because I'm seeing the lightweight paper that's being used. That is very much part of the key as well. I'll tell you a little story. The man who masterminded this operation in 2019 was Bill Crawford, and he'd been poached from Sunderland, where Sally is, obviously, and he'd worked at Newcastle in previous years. And now his son, Mark Crawford, is masterminding the operation here. So we'll see if success runs through the generations. Just remember, in 2019, Blythe lost out from being the first count because there was one bundle that needed to be recounted. Everyone here hoping that won't be the case in 2024.
All right, Naga, thank you. We're going to go over to where the head honcho was poached, nicked, in order to try to get the first count. In Blythe, we're going to Houghton and Sunderland South. Sally, first of all, they're convinced they're going to be first there. But secondly, how are the Labour team there feeling about the night so far?
Do you know what, Clive? At the moment, they're in such a huddle. They're keeping things very, very, very low key. So they're not saying a lot. But I can tell you, I have to give a very special mention to the sixth formers of St Aidan's and St Anthony's Catholic High Schools before I talk about anyone else, because they are the kids that you have seen on your screens running these boxes in for the last half hour or so. They've been having special training. There is a human chain from the car park up the steps to the back door here, and then we see a sixth former running. So these are 17 and 18-year-olds, maybe not old enough to vote yet, but definitely playing their part here on election night. And I know here at the moment we are perhaps the underdogs when it comes to timing. We are perhaps expecting to come in second, but I can tell you we have a secret weapon in this room. Here in this room is Jackie, one of the bank tellers from the original super fast counts all those years ago. She's brought back the A team, and they are at the back of this room now, counting right now, and I can tell you they are confident. Jackie told me they're going to win.
Well, it could be down to Jackie. Thank you, Sally, and to you, Naga, as well. We will... Naga's looking daggers there. It's great to see you both. Thank you. I was actually one of those. Sally was talking about those kids who were helping bring the boxes in. I was one of those.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, up in Bolton, Lancashire.
Well, there you go. Well, we hope you put in a good shift. Well, we see
a long time. Peter Mandelson's impressed by that, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, St Aidan's, we salute you, and those two aren't normally up this late, so we'll be going straight back to them when there is actually a result. As the night goes on, so much is going to come in. One of the things that will come in, Steve Baker, is your own result in Wickham.
Yes.
We need to let you head off to that count shortly. But before you go, before you were diplomatically saying you were sure that Rishi Sunak would do the right thing by the party.
No, by the country.
And by the... Well, I just want to be clear. What did you mean by that? Do you mean he was going to have to resign?
Well, so I think obviously this is an extremely difficult moment for the Conservative Party. Clearly he'll be handing power over to Keir Starmer. But how he behaves as leader of the Conservative Party is something I'm sure he'll weigh extremely carefully. You know, we've just had a torrid time, a dreadful result. There will be undoubtedly recriminations, there'll be shock, there'll be anger, denial. We'll go through a grieving process, then we'll have to, at some point, earn the right to be heard again.
But would it be credible for him to be the man at the helm when it looks like he's just led you to your worst ever defeat, or one of them, if the exit poll is revised a little bit?
I'm sure he will be reflecting on whether his role might be to be there for a while to get us through the recriminations phase. But as I say, it's a matter for him. And knowing him reasonably well, I believe his heart and his mind will be set on what is right for the country. And part of what is right for the country, and your viewers may not like it, but it's having a functioning Conservative Party, and I'm sure he will be mindful of that.
And as part of those recriminations, though, I just wonder, do you feel that the Conservative Party listened too much to people like you on the right, had been a strong Eurosceptic, or do you believe that actually the wrong thing was to bring in lockdowns, to allow the state to grow, to allow the tax burden to rise to its highest ever level? What's your view on that?
I think that there's a great deal at stake. One thing is events plus technology. The combination of WhatsApp and Twitter is completely different to when Peter was last in government. I mean, only really since about 2017 have we all ended up on WhatsApp. It's produced an enormous acceleration in the public debate. COVID obviously has had a profound impact on people. Brexit doesn't explain what's happening in the United States or France. Personally, I think that what has happened for 50 years is that Western states have been living far beyond their means and ultimately paying for it with cheap money.
But hang on.
And that has created a sense of injustice and the world not working.
But hang on, do you think that it looks like you're going to get smashed tonight because you were too much to the left or too much to the right?
On the end, I don't think we will be able to have those sort of abstract conversations. We've got some practical things to do about what kind of organisation does the Conservative Party want to be. How does leadership work in the Conservative Party? Because it seems to me that the old idea of being an absolute monarchy governed by regicide now belongs firmly in the past. And very practical policies which can make, for example, the health service work. I think we can be proud of our education record. But it's very interesting that Labour have returned to the idea of using the private sector to get waiting lists down. I've said it before, I'm sure I'll say it again. I wish the Labour Party had been able to say that consistently since 2010, because it would have created the space for us to do it, and maybe everyone's health would be in a better place. So, you know, all of these things are big factors, and it's going to take quite a while to work through them all. But I suppose what I would do is make a plea to all Conservatives at whatever level, whether elected to Parliament or formally, to just think extremely carefully about what they say in public. Now is the moment when we start to rebuild the Conservative Party, and it begins by not airing recriminations in public. We've got to learn to air our differences privately and work through them in a spirit of goodwill.
Yeah, but Steve, I mean, you're quoted as saying you'd make a good leader because you've been nominated to lead Tory rebellions by your colleagues 4 times over the past decade. Brexit, COVID lockdowns, net zero, and so on. Divided parties don't win elections. We know that, don't we?
Well, yes, Clive, that is true, but if I...
So you're part of the problem here, potentially?
Well, you know, this is going to be a conversation... You know, I may well have lost my seat in a few hours. That, as you've articulated, is what is expected.
Less than 1%.
I'm expected to be swept away in a few hours, and I shall think that many of your viewers watching this will be cheering. But it is just a matter of fact that my colleagues asked me to sort out Conservatives for Britain before the referendum. I was asked to sort out actually a unifying project to the European Research Group afterwards, which of course went south. COVID, again, was asked to do it. What would have happened if we hadn't given voice to those people who thought it was extraordinary to be locked down at home? I mean, I think it would have provoked massive conspiracy theories if no one in Parliament had been willing to give voice to that, and I'm proud that I did.
Lord Mandelson, quick question about the coming weeks, the coming months. However big the majority turns out to be, if indeed that's how the evening progresses, the reality for an incoming Labour government is going to be quite an inheritance, isn't it? Whether it be the tax burden, the challenges that public services face, a lot of things that can't be magicked away by a big majority. And I guess there's a challenge for an incoming government with a big majority that is weighted with expectation. And that then confronts a reality that is going to be difficult to shift quickly.
If I look back over my whole life and before, I must say I cannot identify a worse financial and economic legacy for an incoming government, frankly, since the Second World War.
But it'll be Labour's problem in the morning, won't it?
It certainly will be Labour's problem in the morning. But, you know, the legacy that the 45 government inherited wasn't due to the failures of a Conservative party. It was due to the fact that we had fought and won a world war. You cannot say the same about this legacy. This legacy has been brought to us, yes, by courtesy of COVID and the Ukraine war that had such an impact on energy prices.
People don't want to hear you blaming the previous government, though, are they? They're going to want to know what you're going to do.
Hold on, let me make my point. And blown many holes in our finances. But we have also brought this upon ourselves. We brought it upon ourselves with Brexit, not just the act of Brexit, but many years of divisions and indecision over how we were going to implement it. Then the moral collapse of Boris Johnson, of Partygate and his lies to Parliament that shattered international confidence in our country. And then to crown it all, the calamitous Liz Truss and her crashing of the economy as a result of her mini budget. So, yes, all told, we have an incredible legacy, and that means that whilst there are early, important first steps that can be taken to put things right, turning the whole picture round is going to take years. And I think that Keir Starmer was absolutely right to be sober and honest and responsible in what he said to the British public during this campaign. And I would expect him to continue to be so.
OK, Lord Mandelson, thanks very much. Steve Baker, we have to let you get off to your count.
I'd love to miss my count to rebut that.
Shouldn't you have stayed in Greece? You were on holiday at the start of this whole thing.
I did all the work I needed to in Greece. I invite you to interview my chairman at my count.
OK, we'll see how it pans out for you, but we're grateful to you for nobly coming to bat for the Conservatives in what is an extremely difficult night for the party. We'll let you get off to the count. Thanks for being with us this evening. And Peter Mandelson, you're staying with us for some time there. So let's have a think about the numbers and a look behind them.
Indeed, because we're having a good old chat, and we're having a good old chat based on an exit poll. And part of the responsibility for dealing with that exit poll is the result of the hard work of our election team and Professor Sir John Curtis, of course, who joins us now. John, there is so much to take away from this exit poll so far. Absolutely. What should we be focusing on? What do you believe is the figure or the element that is perhaps the most relevant, important, but also potentially accurate?
OK, the crucial thing, first of all, you need to realise is that this seat forecast is not just simply a consequence of the national shares of the vote that we expect the parties to gain, but rather how they are distributed geographically and how that has moved decisively against the Conservatives. So, for example, support for the Conservatives is falling much more heavily in places where they are trying to defend a seat than it is in places that Labour already hold. But why is that happening? It's not because Labour are doing spectacularly better in Conservative-held seats. It's because Reform are. Much of the damage to the Conservative Party tonight is being done by Reform, even if it is the Labour Party that proves to be the beneficiary. That point two, then, however, the second thing that's making life difficult for the Conservatives is where are Labour doing best? Well, they're doing better in places where they're starting off second to the Conservatives. Oh, and by the way, also places, they also seem to be doing quite well in the battle with the SNP, which I'll come back to that. But equally, why is the Liberal Democrat figure so high? It's not because we're anticipating some spectacular rise in Liberal Democrat support, but rather that Ed Davey's hopes of doing particularly well in seats where the Liberal Democrats are the challengers to the Conservatives, it looks as though that hope's going to be realised. So there are two things that flow from that. First, an obvious health warning. While we are pretty convinced that this pattern will exist by the end of the night, whether we've got it exactly right is much more uncertain. Whether we've slightly overestimated or underestimated these patterns could make quite a lot of difference to the seat outcome. The second thing that flows from this is that although this looks like an election in which Labour are going to get a landslide in terms of seats, it does not follow, I will repeat, it does not follow that this necessarily means that Labour have got a landslide in terms of votes. So that's point number one about the broad picture we're presenting this exit poll, the health warning that goes with the estimate, but also the implications for how we might end up interpreting this result at the end of the night. There are then two other things to say. The two figures that I think has probably caused most surprise, most discussion, perhaps most controversy, are one, Reform at 13, and two, the SNP at 10. Those are the two figures about which we are least certain. Basically, what we have got in the exit poll is a lot of places where there is a small chance that Reform will win the seat, but we're talking about 20, 30% chance. And the question, and you know, we add up these probabilities, and that's how we get to the figure of 13. But to be honest, the figure could end up being quite a lot less than that, or indeed rather more, just depending on how the cookie crumbles. I mean, well, equally, it's already been emphasising from the beginning of the night, inevitably we have fewer sampling points in Scotland than elsewhere. It does look as though the SNP have done particularly badly. But remember, there are lots of seats in Scotland which are marginal between Labour and the SNP. And we have just, even if we've just underestimated the SNP's performance relative to Labour by a little bit, then that SNP number will go up. So those are the health warnings. Of course, behind all of this, it does look as though, yep, Sir Keir Starmer is going to be the Prime Minister tomorrow. He's probably going to have a very substantial overall majority. And that, of course, is the crucial thing we're trying to find out. But there is still inevitably plenty of uncertainty in an election, which in many ways looks as though we're going to come up with all sorts of historical records in terms of shares, seats, and also the change in the geography of support. This is, in a sense, is going to be one of the most interesting and unprecedented elections in British psephological history.
It certainly is, John, and you've given us the appropriate bucket of salt to be very careful about these early results, even though, as you've clearly explained, the seat numbers might be very different from those smaller parties. That very significant suggestion that Reform might be on 13 seats, and that equally significant suggestion in the other way that the SNP might crash to 10. You've been very clear that those numbers might change. However, are you telling us tonight that the exit polls suggest that those broad movements of voters, massively up for Reform and massively down for the SNP, are there, even if they don't translate into seats?
Yes, and inevitably, well, certainly so far as Reform are concerned, we're very confident that they are doing something not a million miles away from what the final opinion polls were estimating in terms of vote share. It's a question of how that translates into seats, and that's much more difficult to estimate. In the case of the SNP, because we have fewer sampling points, it is just possible that we might have underestimated the SNP support. Though that said, we're pretty confident that the Labour Party is going to end up with most seats in Scotland. Is just exactly what is the gap between the two parties is going to prove to be. I thought it was interesting that Angus Robertson, at least on air, didn't seriously dispute our figures. It sounds as though the SNP are willing to accept that they're not going to remain the largest party in Scotland, but of course there's still that still leaves a possibility for the SNP to be, say, at 15 or 18 rather than at 10. Who knows? That's one of the reasons why our viewers should be staying up through the night, because the exit poll gives us a guide, but in the end of the day, it's only the ballot boxes that will tell us the truth.
And I was going to say that. That's exactly why you have to stay up all night with us. But John, very significant point there. If the SNP does look like it will be the smallest party, that suggests if they don't have a majority in Scotland anymore, that their push for another independence referendum will be significantly harder to make.
Yeah, John keeping us honest there. No question about that. But the front pages they're telling their own story, even from the exit poll. Look, the Daily Mail. Labour set for historic landslide there. And we've got the Sun. Britain sees red. Exit poll gives Labour huge 170-seat majority there. So the Sun actually sort of coming out and endorsing Keir Starmer yesterday. The Daily Telegraph is also suggesting on its front page that it's going to be a Labour landslide. So the front pages clearly reflecting the views of that exit poll.
And we'll show you them when we can. For some reason, they weren't firing, but all the newspapers so far, the front page is predicting a Labour landslide indeed.
All right, OK. Daisy Cooper has joined us here from the Liberal Democrats, Deputy Leader. Hello. It's good to see Andrea Leadsom as well, standing down in South Northamptonshire. But it's good to have you both, and Wes Streeting from Labour with us too. Daisy Cooper, first of all, the exit poll is suggesting that you're going to be up 53 seats. So falling off pedalos, cycling, you know, at great speed down hills in Wales, swimming in sewage. That all makes sense. It worked.
Well, it does look like we're on course for a once-in-a-century result for the Liberal Democrats, and I think that is testament to the phenomenal leadership of Ed Davey, who has lit up this campaign, and our positive vision and our plans for how we want to save the NHS and fix social care.
So those antics got you the airtime, you believe. Ed Davey doing all those things, got you the airtime and got you a voice when it came to trying to get your message out. It worked.
It worked. And the fact of the matter is, we've said time and again that whilst we don't take ourselves that seriously, we do take our politics very seriously. And with every single one of those stunts, there was a very serious message about our plans to, you know, end the scandal of raw sewage dumping, to fix the NHS, to put mental health practitioners into every single school. You know, we have talked about the NHS and social care week after week after week, and many of those stunts have helped us to do that.
Except that if you actually look at what we're forecasting, the change in your share, viewers can see in the north we're suggesting that your share hasn't gone up at all. In the south it's gone up by 1%. In London it looks like it's fallen by 1%. So actually it looks like what's happened is you've been better at concentrating where you campaign, and you've benefited greatly from the Tories crashing down to earth. But actually our numbers so far don't suggest that all those pedalos and kayaks and water slides made a big difference in persuading voters actively to go to you.
Well, look, we've got a first-past-the-post voting system in this country. It's a broken system, but it's a system that we have, and we've been very clear that for as long as we have that system, we have to play within the rules. And
so you've learned how to play it now. That's what's happened this time. You've learned how to play the first-past-the-post system.
Well, that's it. And whilst we want to change
that is what's happened, right? You've learned to play the game better.
Well, we've been clear for years now that our goal was always to try and unseat as many Conservative MPs as possible. You know, up until this evening, we said we were in second place to Conservatives in around 80 seats around the country, and later this evening we'll find out how many of those Conservative MPs we've managed to unseat. But I can say that with every Liberal Democrat MP we have, however many there are by the time the results are in, every single one of them will be a local champion to fix our NHS and social care.
And how much of a role do you think tactical voting has played in all this?
Well, I think tactical voting is critical for every political party, and it is in every single election. There's no doubt, as I say, that for as long as we have this broken voting system, there will always be some people who vote positively for a particular party, but there will always be other people who want to vote tactically. And there's no doubt that in those areas where Liberal Democrats have been the key challengers to the Conservatives, we did ask some people to vote tactically for us, as well as to vote positively for our vision on the NHS and social care.
All right. Daisy Cooper, thank you. More from you a little later, and from Andrea Leadsom and Wes Streeting too.
Right, well, let's show you our cameras right around the country. We are at every single count, I believe. You can see all the amazing pictures there. Counters hard at work, and it shouldn't be too long before we get that first result. Blythe Valley is looking promising, so Sally and Naga will be fighting it out. But Rita, let's turn to you. You've got some analysis of where things have really gone wrong, according to the exit poll, for the Tory vote.
Absolutely, Laura, but there's some interesting stuff about the Labour vote as well, actually. So what you can see here is some analysis based on the exit poll and what has happened to the share of the vote in seats that voted in 2019 for the Conservatives versus seats that voted Labour. Let's take a look at the Conservative seats first. So you can see the Conservative vote has plummeted here, down 28% in those seats that voted Conservative 5 years ago. Labour up by 5%, Lib Dems and Green up as well. But the big winners here are the Reform Party, and that 18% is up on what the Brexit Party got last time round, 18%. So that has really, one can only assume that has really hurt the Conservatives there, and that is what senior Conservative figures have been warning about in the last few weeks. Now, let's take a look at the seats that went Labour 5 years ago. And here you can see again a big drop in Conservative support. But this is the really interesting thing, that Labour has gone back a little bit in its own seats, down by 1 percentage point. And who are the winners? It's Reform and the Greens. So it looks as if the vote from the two big parties has actually been redistributed amongst Reform and Greens. So I just wonder what, Wes Streeting, I think you're there, I was wondering what you think of this Labour vote down slightly in Labour seats.
Well, we'll wait and see what the results actually come through and say. But we've run a ruthlessly disciplined campaign, and we knew that it wasn't good enough just to stack up more votes in seats we already hold. We needed to win seats from the Conservatives. And gone are the days where Labour Party leaders make excuses for poor results and pretend that defeat is really a victory, like in 2017, where you'd almost have thought it was just benevolence that led to Theresa May going back into Downing Street because we didn't want a forced eviction on our hands. You know, we lost in 2017, we lost in 2019, we lost in 2015 and 2010 for that matter. We are in this position today to be able to win a general election because the Labour Party has fundamentally changed. We understood why we lost in 2019, listened, and I mean genuinely listened, as to why we lost support from people we should have never broken faith with. And as well as rebuilding trust with those voters, we also built a big tent that enabled millions of disaffected Conservative voters to look at Labour and think, well, I might vote for these guys, and we'll soon find out how many of them actually did. But this is a remarkable exit poll. They're not results, it's an exit poll. But in 2019, we were on the brink of extinction and told that in order to get a majority of one, we would need a 1997-style swing. This exit poll shows a 1997-style majority. So, well, you know, I'll believe it when I see it. But this is a remarkable exit poll and a testament to the change that Keir Starmer has led in the Labour Party. I don't think that guy's had nearly enough credit for the steel, the determination that he has shown to really grab the Labour Party by the scruff of it.
Wes, I wonder if I can
force it to learn why we lost.
I wonder if I can just jump in. I mean, nobody's taking away from you the things that you are saying again based on the exit poll, but these figures do suggest not a resounding enthusiasm for the party in those seats that voted for you 5 years ago.
We'll wait and see what the results said, but I think I've said on the BBC before, I think it was on another election night, that Keir Starmer could literally be on his way to Buckingham Palace to be made Prime Minister, and pundits would be saying, oh, it's still a disappointing night for Labour. I mean, come on, give me a break. I've had enough of this now after 4 years. 4 years ago, I don't mind saying, I would never have imagined that Labour could do this in one term. Never have imagined it. I thought it was impossible. I thought at best a two-term project. And yes, the implosion of the Conservatives and the SNP has put wind in Labour's sails. But the only reason we've got sails on the ship, and the ship is ship-shape, is because Keir Starmer took the vessel from the shipwreck in 2019, rebuilt it, and made it ship-shape and seaworthy again.
And Wes, just as you've been speaking there, Wes Streeting, you seem to have a little bit of a flicker of a bit more excitement about what happened rather than your early message of, oh, this is an exit poll. Are you ready to say you're sure you've won?
Well, I used to watch the 97 results back and thought that the Labour spokespeople who were on then sounded kind of crackers, really, when the exit poll came in. They were still saying, we'll wait and see the results. I now know exactly how they felt. Like, honestly, it sort of looks and feels too good to be true. We will judge the results by the results and not the exit poll. Of course, I'm delighted by the exit poll. I have seen many exit polls over the years. They don't tend to look like these ones. And if we have won this general election, that is historic for the Labour Party, but even more importantly, it's an opportunity for the country for us to rebuild our economy, rebuild our public services and rebuild trust in politics.
Wes Streeting, thanks for now. Daisy Cooper, I think you have to go in just a few minutes, so thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, we've talked a little bit about the projections for reform seemingly a very significant result for them, according to the exit poll, gaining 13 seats. Their deputy leader, Ben Habib, has just tweeted, "This is a huge bridgehead. This is politically seismic." I hope that we can show it to you, but I will, yep, we can show it to you. "This is the beginning of the fight back for the nation state of the United Kingdom." So a very forthright and victorious message from the Reform UK Deputy Leader, Ben Habib. Let's find out then what the mood is like in the Reform camp. That's given us a taste of it. Our colleague Alex Forsyth is in Clacton, where, of course, the leader of the party, only lately rejoining in that role, Nigel Farage, is hoping at the 8th time of asking to be heading to Westminster himself. Alex, what is the mood there?
Remarkably calm at the moment, Laura, if I'm perfectly honest with you, but it is very early in the evening, and I suspect the mood within Reform UK more widely is less calm, having seen that exit poll. One of my colleagues tells me that Nigel Farage is having a meal somewhere in town. We're not expecting him to turn up until the early hours of the morning, because that's around the time that we're expecting the declaration here in Clacton. But like you say, remember, Nigel Farage has attempted to get a seat in Westminster 7 times before and failed, and I suspect with all of the caveats around the exit poll, particularly when it comes to smaller parties like Reform UK, it would have really just given a huge confidence boost right the way through what was already a pretty confident Reform UK campaign. So I think a little bit later we're going to go from calm counting to something potentially more chaotic, and I suspect the mood within Reform UK right now is pretty confident.
So there is confidence then, and Nigel Farage is going to take that seat.
Well, I think this is his best chance, many people think, because of the wider political picture that he's had in the 7 times of standing. But you have to remember that in the previous parties that Nigel Farage has led, for example, UKIP back in 2015, they had a high vote share. They polled 4 million votes, but that translated to only 1 win in terms of seats. And the seat that they won then, this one in Clacton, with the former MP Douglas Carswell, who had of course defected from the Conservatives, triggered a by-election, won it as UKIP and then retained it at the 2015 general election. So when you take all of that into account, and the fact that Clacton has been at the centre of Nigel Farage's campaign for the past few weeks, he's been here a lot with rallies out in the town, making himself very visible. It feels like it's the best chance for Nigel Farage to get what has proved elusive for him so far, which is a seat in Westminster. But of course, for the party more widely, Reform UK, what will be really important is, yes, how many seats they get, but also the impact that party has in terms of the number of votes it gets, and what that might mean for the Conservatives, the damage potentially that Reform UK does right across the country, as well as any seats they win themselves.
Alex, thank you so much. It could be much worse than any of the Conservatives had imagined, but we will see how it develops.
Yeah, now, if you're out and about, what are you doing? You should be at home watching us. But if you are out and about and you happen to be in central London, around Oxford Circus, and you go past the glorious building of the BBC, you will see there the results of the exit poll. Now, remember, this is a first indication of what we think will happen tonight. We still haven't had a single result yet, but the Conservatives down to 131 seats. Labour, we are suggesting, with the exit poll, will be on 170 seats, going up. Liberal Democrats on 61. Reform Party on 13 there. So potentially a good night for them, but this is only an exit poll. The SNP down to 10 as well. So a Labour landslide is the suggestion. Plaid Cymru on 4, so they're up slightly. And we go through the figures there with the Greens only making 1 gain, according to the exit poll. So these, as I say, still figures that have to be confirmed by a decent result, and we still haven't got one yet. But the suggestion is a landslide for Labour of 170 seats.
But we think there is only one box left to count in Blyth and Ashington, so we might have our first result of the evening very shortly. But Andrea Leadsom, Conservative former Cabinet Minister and MP who's been standing down, thanks for coming in tonight. If Labour ends up with a majority of 170, as the poll predicts, and you end up crashing down by 241, the decision of Rishi Sunak to call the election now may prove to be one of the worst political mistakes in history, surely.
You know, according to the exit poll, this is a devastating night for the Conservatives. But I'd just like to reflect that it's actually a fantastic
accolade for democracy in our country that we can have an election where, as Wes has said, in 2019, it was the Conservatives' night to have a huge majority, and it was potentially unassailable for 2 terms. And I think what this does show is that our democracy is alive and well. Devastating for my party, a clear need to rethink, to regroup, to regain the trust of the people. But at the same time, we do need to wait for some proper results and not just look at the exit poll. And I think, as John Curtis said earlier, there's quite a lot to be looked at in terms of how many votes were cast and what the impact is on tactical voting and, of course, voting for reform.
But Andrea Leadsom, you're a very experienced politician. You were in the cabinet for a long time doing lots of different jobs. You know that exit polls have a margin of error, of course, but they are pretty much near as, you know, they're very, very good. They're showing a clear picture tonight, not just for Labour's success, which you seem to be, in a sense, praising for what they've achieved, that volatility of voters, but reform. Nigel Farage's outfit looks like they have absolutely taken a hammer to your vote in lots of different parts of the country. Has Rishi Sunak handled them in the wrong way?
You know, it's never easy when you are the Prime Minister to decide when to call a general election. You know, we saw that with Gordon Brown back in 2010, where he was slated for not calling the general election, and we've had months and months and months of opposition politicians saying, call a general election. And when the Prime Minister decided to do it,
I'm asking you about reform and how much damage they've done to the Tories.
Reform, according to the exit poll, has done vast damage to the Conservatives, but we will find out exactly how much so. But your question was Rishi Sunak right to call the general election? I'm trying to answer that. It is a very, very difficult and very personal decision for any Prime Minister, and he will have taken into account the potential impact of reform, the consequences of, you know, the economy turning a corner, the fact that real wages are rising. You know, there are all sorts of factors that he will have taken into account. So it's very easy, I think, always in hindsight to say, well, that was a really bad decision. But actually, I think these are very, very considered issues.
But implicit in Laura's question was the way that Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party handled reform. Hardly went after them in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the campaign. Only really getting stuck in after those dreadful comments, allegedly, from one of the supposed workers for Nigel Farage in Clacton. The kid gloves. Because you were hoping, obviously, to get some of the voters who might be leaning for reform. That didn't work. It's completely backfired.
Well, we'll see. But absolutely, I would accept that potentially in hindsight, you could have gone after reform much more. But the Conservatives actually have some very strong achievements to their name. And I think genuinely the desire was to highlight what the Conservatives in government have done. You know, 4 million more people in work, low unemployment, real wages rising. We turned the corner. We got through the COVID pandemic. We're recovering fast, doing equally joint first in the G7 in terms of growth last month. You know, there's a lot, all of the net zero achievements and so on, plus what we considered was a very real concern about what Labour will do, as continues to be the case, a very real concern about what Labour will do with people's taxes. And so, you know, yes, maybe it was wrong not to go after reform straight away. But again, all of these things are very carefully thought through as to what is the right approach. And what we wanted to do was to focus on what Labour would be doing with people's taxes.
We're just going to cut in there because we've got a declaration.
Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837. Sam Woods Grass, 11,668. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%. And that Bridget Maeve Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So a delighted Bridget Phillipson there, who can now expect not just to stay as the MP at Sunderland South, but who can expect to become the Education Secretary, having done that job as a shadow for Keir Starmer for the last few years. She receives more than 18,000 votes, but Reform have beaten the Conservatives into second place. Let's listen in to Bridget Phillipson's victory speech. She's likely to be in the Cabinet by the end of the weekend.
Tonight, the British people have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better. A government of service, a government with purpose, above all to change our society for good. A government determined to build a Britain where background is no barrier, no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose, and the result today speaks to the trust the British people have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the people who've worked hard to organise and secure today's election and counted the votes this evening. You are the people who deliver our democracy, and we are grateful for your contribution. My thanks to the fellow candidates here in Houghton and Sunderland South for a good-tempered campaign. To my fantastic local Labour Party for your unwavering support, and to my wonderful agent, Les Scott. Thank you.
Bridget Phillipson there, delighted, beaming away, not just having won her seat, but expecting now to be in the Cabinet. And in her speech, she said, the British people have decided. Labour will return government to service of the people and create a country where background is no barrier. Bridget Phillipson there very decisively saying that Labour has won the general election. We'll discuss that a bit more in just a sec.
Yeah, and Labour's vote increase there in line with our exit poll. And that's the first result we've had all night. Jackie, the bank teller.
The first MP
I think she did it, and the first MP elected into the new parliament, yeah. Let's talk to Jacob Rees-Mogg, who can join us from North Somerset. Hello to you. Thank you for being with us. How would you sum up the evening, given the exit poll, given what looks like it could be a terrible night for the Conservatives?
Oh, well, you've said it. I mean, it's clearly a terrible night for the Conservatives. We're down supposedly at about 130 seats from having a majority of 80. There is no way of describing this as anything other than a bad night for the Conservative Party.
Where did it go wrong?
Where did it go wrong? I think that there were issues with changing the leader, that I think we do have an increasingly presidential system, and that people vote for a Prime Minister rather than for an individual Member of Parliament. I know the strict constitutional position, but that voters expect the Prime Minister they have chosen to remain the Prime Minister and for it to be the voters who decide when that person is changed, rather than it being done by a small cabal. And I'm afraid I think the Conservative Party took its core vote for granted, which is why you see so many people who may have voted Conservative previously going off to Reform.
So the original sin was getting rid of Boris Johnson?
Well, original sin is a very interesting theological question, which I'd be happy to discuss on another occasion.
Maybe
so
not
I'm not
tonight,
quite sure I'd
Jacob.
put it that
Maybe not
strongly.
tonight.
Not tonight, no. On another occasion.
We do have 10 hours.
But yes, I think that people do vote for a leader, and that new leaders actually need an election pretty quickly. Gordon Brown made that mistake in not seeking his own mandate. The mandate is increasingly personal, and it looks as if this is a very strong mandate for Sir Keir Starmer. And actually, if that's the case, I wish him well in that, because we want good government for this country, whoever is in high office at any individual time.
The problem with criticising Rishi Sunak and a cabal, as you describe it, for having got rid of Boris Johnson is that you spent a lot of time with Steve Baker, who was in this studio not so long ago, plotting to get rid of Theresa May. And that she managed to stay in office just about, despite your best
and
effort.
Boris Johnson then had, Boris Johnson then had a very quick election after he'd become Prime Minister to get his own mandate. Bingo.
But in terms of that reality...
You need your own mandate. The mandate is personal.
But that's exactly why Rishi Sunak called it an election, isn't it? I mean, do you think it would have been impossible for him to win because of the kind of politician he was? I'm not entirely clear about whether or not you think he should have called an election sooner in order to have that personal mandate, or that if you had lost the country because you got rid of Boris Johnson, because he was followed by Liz Truss, who you backed.
I think the fundamental problem is that in this election we were taking our base for granted. And that is always a problem. And our base was peeling off to Reform. And we have no divine right to votes. We need to win voters at every single election. And if you take your base for granted, if you don't manage to stop the boats coming over, if you don't manage to control migration, when that's what your voters are concerned about, your voters will look to other parties. So I think failing to deliver on conservative core principles did us a lot of harm.
Could there be a return of Boris Johnson in some regard, that if you think that removing him was the problem, might him coming back be part of the solution for the Tory party after this election?
You'll need to interview Boris and ask him what his plans are. I can't act as a spokesman for him. He's a very big and powerful figure, and as we see from Nigel Farage's success, as far as one can tell from the exit polls, big figures in politics make a difference, big charismatic figures. We are, in spite of the constitutional niceties, which I think are very important, and our system of individual MPs has strong residents, we are nonetheless an increasingly presidential system, and the charismatic individual leader is very important, and Nigel seems to have shown that in this election.
Should Nigel Farage find a place in the Conservative Party then, perhaps? There's been a discussion among some of your colleagues in the run-up to this. You might have avoided disaster if you'd welcomed him in earlier along.
Well, we are where we are, and the disaster doesn't seem to have been averted. Again, you'll have to ask Nigel what his plans are. I think he looks for and seeks a realignment of the right of British politics, and it'll be interesting to see whether he can achieve that.
Do you think that you are safe in your own seat just before we let you go, Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Look, I see what you've said about it on your programme earlier. I will wait and see that the votes are being counted, or at least verified while we speak, and we will know in the early hours. So, as the Earl of Oxford and Asquith used to say, wait and see.
You must have an inkling, though. I wonder just what's on your mind tonight. I think behind you there's perhaps a picture of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher looking on. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I think just spying that, is that who they are? And what do you think?
You're quite right. So there is, yes.
I recognise Mrs. Thatcher's hairdo there, even from this distance.
Excellent.
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg will let you...
But no, I have no inkling at this stage other than your exit poll.
OK. Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg, thanks very much indeed for joining us. And, of course, we'll bring everybody watching the results from his count much later on in the evening.
Yeah, Andrea Leadsom. Should you have stayed with Boris Johnson?
It is an unknowable question at this point, isn't it? I do agree with what Jacob just said, that we are becoming increasingly presidential. And I do think that that is a challenge for Keir Starmer. He is not a presidential big character. He's obviously done incredibly well this evening, can't take that away from him at all. But I do think that the shine wears off very, very quickly. And actually, as I said at the start of the interview, we do see change much more quickly now. It's fantastic that we have an alive and kicking democracy in this country, but people do need to look to the very quick turnaround. And, you know, where Sir Keir's concerned, we had the issues with Sue Gray, who did for Boris, arguably, the permanent secretary, who wrote the Boris Partygate report, did for him. Next thing we know, she's Keir Starmer's chief of staff. These are all things that come into the mix, and people will be putting a spotlight on those in the weeks and years to come.
We're keen to get counts around the country, but I have to bring in Wes Streeting. You are making faces as Dame Andrea is making those claims.
No offence, Andrea, but I think the suitcase is full of wine did for Boris Johnson. I think the vomit on the carpet in number 10 did for Boris Johnson. I think the habitual lying did it for Boris Johnson. And then you guys made the mistake of calling in Liz Truss, the spectacularly worst Prime Minister in modern British political history, then crowned this other guy to come in, Rishi Sunak, who was meant to clear up the mess. And you didn't, you know, it's the worst thing you can do to a leader. You didn't back him and you didn't sack him. He was too weak to lead the Conservative Party. You've got the foxes in the hen house of the Braverman wing of the Conservative Party, who actually kind of, you know, the provisional wing of reform in the Conservative Party. And what were the One Nation Tories doing? You know, plotting in the corner, saying, oh, don't worry, after the election, we'll sort it out. You know, I'm afraid that the reason why the Conservative Party has been swept out is because it's been a clown show and people are paying a heavy price for it. The reason the Labour Party has been in a position to win is because we've changed, and we didn't choose the unity of the graveyard either after 2019. We had some fights and some arguments to reconnect the Labour Party with the people we lost and the people we needed to win over to form a majority. But the Conservative Party, I mean, I actually don't care about the Conservative Party. Their problem, not mine. We've got to clean up the mess of the Conservative Party, just like the Downing Street cleaners who had to clean the vomit up after Boris Johnson.
I feel like you two are just starting to warm up. More from you shortly.
And it's a long night, so we're all looking forward to it. We're going to go to Darshini David now, who is in Hazelmere, which I think is going to be the count for Godalming and Ash, and their Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. How's it looking there?
Indeed, Clive. Yes, good evening from the Surrey Hills. They're no strangers to drama here. They're the location for the filming of Harry Potter films and James Bond films, but that's nothing compared to what may unfold here, because fair to say that Jeremy Hunt's team were braced for a pretty tricky night, but that exit poll suggesting that he may well be the first Chancellor in modern times to lose a seat with just a 19% chance of hanging on to it has led to some pretty devastated faces in his camp. But any Chancellor will tell you, real life is not a spreadsheet, and Jeremy Hunt has been hoping to buck the national trend by focusing on his personal vote. So even though this has been a campaign about the economy, he knows many people don't feel it, even though the numbers say they're moving in the right direction. So when the numbers came out suggesting inflation has hit target once again, he was actually here, focusing on local issues, pounding the streets, things like the NHS sewage. He's been focusing on that, but so too has his Lib Dem rival, Paul Follows, also a local lad and a councillor as well. Boundary changes, however, should favour the Conservatives, and the fact that there are more candidates standing. The Lib Dems accept that it's quite difficult sometimes to get tactical voters to change their mind on the doorstep. Having said all that, of course, they know the spotlight's on here, so they've overturned convention. They're going to count Godalming and Ash first, so that means we may get a result around 3:30, 4 o'clock. In the meantime, the acting returning officer is trying to keep people going by handing out his favourite snack, biltong, hoping to keep energy levels up. We'll see if that works. In the meantime, there's going to be plenty to chew over here. It could be one of the key dramas of the night.
Biltong? Plenty to chew over. I mean, and it sticks in your teeth as well.
I did allow her and then you to do an amazing pun.
This is true. This is true. No sitting Chancellor has ever lost their seat, so that could be really, really interesting down there in Surrey.
It would be one of the huge headlines of the night, as would the fate, potentially, of Ian Duncan-Smith, former Conservative leader, who has been an MP for a long, long time, as well as a cabinet minister in all sorts of different jobs on the outskirts of East London. Let's check in with Emma Simpson, who's at his count in Chingford. Emma, what's the sense from the Conservative camp there?
Well, judging on that exit poll, Ian Duncan-Smith is in a pretty precarious position. He's been an MP here for more than 30 years. Could he be on the way out? And of course, at the last election, he really just scraped through with the tiniest majority as the seat has changed over the years. But one of the interesting things here is, will there be a big split in the Labour vote? Because 8 days into this campaign, the Labour candidate who fought against him and nearly won last time, she was deselected, and she's now standing as an independent. A Labour candidate was parachuted in, so Labour aren't celebrating just yet. Here we'll get the declaration about 3:15, but if he goes, it's obviously one of the big Tory guns disappearing.
Emma, thanks very much. We'll check in back with you a bit later. And that seat there, one of several around the country where actually there's been a lot of controversy locally, where despite this huge movement we're seeing between blue to red, actually there might be some wrinkles in places on the ground, and that seat might be somewhere where something interesting has happened.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. I mean, what are your thoughts on how the night is going so far?
A couple of observations from listening to Bridget Phillipson and her speech, her victory speech in Sunderland in the last 10-15 minutes. Firstly, the first MP elected to the new Parliament, which is a moment worth noting, isn't it, ahead of the flurry that will come in the small hours. What have we got? 649 to go.
Everyone a fascinating story.
Absolutely, and with real jeopardy for many people in each one of them. That struck me as a national victory speech as well as a MP.
Chris, we're going to cut you off. We're going to Blythe for a declaration.
I'd now like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of the Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
So the candidates go up to the stage there. Sunderland South. Houghton and Sunderland South beat them to it, so this will be our second result of the evening. Up there in Northumberland. And here's the acting returning officer.
Best outfit of the night so far.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blythe and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington constituency.
Huge round of applause for Ian Lavery there, keeping that seat, and look at that. Number of votes, 20,030. Reform, 10,857. I mean, really quite astonishing there. Andrea Leadsom, that's part of the problem for Labour, for the Conservatives, isn't it?
That really is. I completely agree. I mean, it does look as though it's reform that's caused a huge amount of damage. And I think the interesting thing there, which is something for the Conservative Party to think about, for all of us to think about, is that Perhaps it's that we've not been conservative enough, you know, that maybe we've lost the trust of people. I mean, just this evening, before I came here, I was in the pub, actually, in my local village, and it's Silverstone, it's the Grand Prix this weekend, so the pub was full of people who were there for the Grand Prix, and they were saying to me, you know, the trouble is the Conservatives are just not normal, they're not conservative enough, and so, you know, people have been looking to reform for that, and there's an awful lot of analysis we're going to have to do after this.
But you say you don't look like you've been normal. I mean, that's quite an accusation. Let's show the share of the votes here. I mean, to be clear, it's a Labour victory here. This is a Labour-held seat. But what we're looking at is what's happened underneath that. And the share of the vote, 27% to the Reform Party. Way ahead of you on 15%. And let's show you the change in the share, 18% up for Reform, minus 18 for the Conservatives. Now, it's worth remembering that part of the world was very strongly Brexit backing.
Indeed,
But you've just said you didn't look like you were normal.
And what I meant,
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so what I meant by that is that specifically what this group of people were saying to me is they're sick of all this woke stuff. They're sick of all this, you know, trying to be more left-wing than Labour, and they don't feel that the Conservatives are being conservative enough.
But what do you mean by that? All this woke stuff? Can you define what that actually means for people changing their vote?
You were going to bring back national service.
Yeah, well, national service in the sense of supporting young people to be able to do something worthwhile to put into their community, not national service in the sense of going around shooting people. So I think that was misrepresented, if I can say that. But no, I think normal, but in terms of being ordinary, understanding the things that voters are really concerned about. And I think Jacob Rees-Mogg pointed to some of those things. People are concerned about levels of migration, people are concerned about the cost of living, people are concerned about some of the issues for lack of infrastructure ahead of planning, those sorts of things. And of course, having been a government for 14 years, it's very difficult to get away from being accountable for all of those things. I think what it evidences is government is extremely difficult. And I don't personally think Labour has the answers. So, but what I do think is that clearly people are choosing to vote for reform in the hope that there's another third party out there that can have some of those answers.
OK,
Andrew, just a quick question, if I may. There'll be people looking at the exit poll tonight and anticipating that there's going to be a government with an awful lot of power, a big majority, and we'll be looking to your party and indeed others to provide a viable opposition.
Yes.
Can you be certain, after all of the turbulence in the Conservative Party in the last 6-7 years, that there isn't going to be a descent into civil war within the Conservative Party, making it even harder to be that viable opposition in the coming months and years?
I mean, no one has a crystal ball, but I certainly know that a lot of my colleagues have been very concerned. I mean, we've all seen the polls over a long period of time not moving. And so it is very much recognised that we're going to have to regroup and rethink. And the Conservative Party is the natural party of government and has been in this country for many long years. And so we will be very ruthless about it. We will certainly be very forensic about it. And I hope and expect that we will be regaining the trust of the public. And as potentially the shine comes off the Labour Party, because there hasn't been that enthusiasm necessarily, I think we will start to see people coming back to us.
OK, well, a promise of ruthless recriminations there, Andrea Leadsom. Thanks for now. We're just hearing, as part of those recriminations may perhaps come from Sir Robert Buckland, former Cabinet Minister. We're hearing on the ground in Swindon South, his seat's a classic bellwether. We're hearing that the Conservatives are conceding defeat, but we'll bring you that as soon as we know for sure.
That would be fascinating. Let's go to Professor Sir John Curtis. John, I just want to check, the results that we've had, are they in line with the exit poll, particularly what seems to be on the surface success for reform?
Yes and no is the answer, Clive. So far as Labour is concerned, the 2-point rise in Blyth and the 7-point rise in Sunderland South is pretty much in line with what we were expecting. The rise in reform support, although quite substantial, up 13 and 18 points, is actually a little bit less than we were expecting, and therefore, conversely, the decline in Conservative support is rather less. Now, the truth is, although these are both Labour seats, and therefore, normally we're not expecting the Conservative vote to fall that heavily in Conservative seats, or relatively not so heavily, but these are also heavily Leave areas, and we were therefore anticipating that perhaps Reform would put in a strong performance and push the Conservative vote down to rather a greater extent than we expect in other Labour seats. So we'll have to wait and see. But broad message, Conservative votes down very heavily, Reform is up a lot, and Labour are making a modest advance. So that broad picture, at least, is there with the exit poll. It's just the fine detail. We've still got to see where we end up at the end of the night.
And turnout has been down as well. How much has that been a contributing factor?
Well, we don't know whether it's a contributing factor, but I think there has been a widespread expectation that turnout would fall, and these first two results are at least consistent with that expectation. And to that extent, at least, we may well discover that we're heading towards one of the lower turnouts in general elections in post-war electoral history. And, you know, that's what the polls were anticipating. It's what you would expect in an election in which the polls were suggesting it's pretty clear who was going to win, and where there wasn't that much difference, despite both parties' denials, that much difference between Conservative and Labour in much of what they were offering the electorate.
All right. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Now then, let's go to Jeremy with what he has from our latest calculations as they develop. It looks like it could be tonight, Jeremy, a really massive redrawing of the map. Oh, look, handy.
Yes.
You've got a big one
Look
there.
at that. That was so brilliantly cued in. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, look, here is our map. This is from last time, though, crucially. So this is the 2019 map. And you see, don't you, the wash of Conservative blue from Boris Johnson's 80-seat majority. And I'll switch it now to what the exit poll is showing us. And we stress again and again, just predictions. But look at the way Labour red spreads out from the urban areas to cover so much of England. Bear in mind, a lot of the Conservative seats are larger geographically. That one I'm just stepping on there is Rishi Sunak's, for example. So this kind of map can give you a false impression that there are more Tory seats than there are. I will just say, though, it's very interesting to see maybe Reform less strong in Scotland and the Conservatives here in the south of Scotland and the middle of Scotland as well. Scotland and the Conservatives is going to be an interesting subtext in this story of the night. Now, let me do something that'll help us understand what the map is looking like, and it's this. If I change every single seat and make it the same size, make them into hexagons, it then shows you really clearly what we're looking at. So we're back in 2019 here. Back in the, and you can see the scale of the Boris Johnson victory, can't you, with so many of these blue hexagons. I'll now change this to the exit poll, so just have a look at the change here. OK, this is 2019 still, and I'm showing you the majorities. The majorities are shown by the height of the hexagon. The taller the hexagon, the clearer the win for the party whose colour the hexagon is. So you can see an awful lot of 2019 big majorities here for the Conservatives, particularly in the south of England. So now let's change to 2024 and let's have a look and see what the exit poll is showing us. And look at those hexagons lowering. The Conservative seat majorities going down, being replaced by red ones. You've got, for example, Portsmouth North, Penny Mordaunt's seat just over there, Leader of the House of Commons, has gone from quite a sizable Conservative hexagon to a red one. So that is what we're looking at. It's an amazing map, that, isn't it? Because when you make the constituencies all the same size, you get a real sense of just how much Labour red is covering the UK. And of course, the interesting thing as well is that you're seeing some marginal Conservative seats, which have been blue for a long time, turning into safe Labour. Back to you.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. He's got all sorts of new snazzy toys, but it does show you what might happen in really, really vivid detail.
OK, so we've had a few results in. Chris?
Reform UK. It's quite a standout. I know we've reflected on it in the last couple of minutes. Sorry, I was just typing something away there for the BBC News app. But given what I've just typed, I might as well say it out loud as well.
You're moonlighting already.
Yeah, a bit of, you know, exactly. You know, those first two results, seeing how well Reform were doing, as we were reflecting a few minutes ago, yes, in parts of the world in the northeast of England that significantly backed Brexit. But here is a party that, I mean, I'm exaggerating mildly, but was sort of, you know, came about a week last Wednesday. It's a new entity on the political stage. One of the standout moments of the election campaign was Nigel Farage's decision to come back in, be the leader of the party, be a candidate too. And one of the big questions was how much difference would they actually make? And the early evidence, both from the exit poll, but with the caveats around smaller parties, and these first two results is they are making one heck of an impression, more than a quarter of the vote in those first two results, and how that maps out through the night. And then, crucially, particularly if Reform managed a number akin to what we're suggesting in the exit poll of 13, the dynamic in the House of Commons of the Reform with potentially around a dozen MPs and a rump of a Conservative Party thrashing around trying to find out who it is, what it wants to be and what went wrong, is a very interesting kind of conversation that we're going to see alongside a period, as it would seem, that a new Labour government is taking office and getting its head around what it's going to do.
All right. Chris, thank you for that.
Well, let's have that conversation then right now with Dr. David Bull, who joins us from the Reform Party. You are looking extremely chipper, I have to say.
Yes.
Do you think, from your own data, that actually achieving 13 seats is something that looks realistic?
Yes is the short answer. If you look at this, and if that exit poll is right, this is an historic moment. As Chris said, we're 4 years old. We're an insurgent party. This has come out of nowhere, literally. I remember talking to Richard Tice 4 years ago about how we were going to do that. And of course, I think what you're seeing is actually the shy reformers coming out in droves. You know, we saw this with Brexit, didn't we? The shy Brexiteers. So the pollsters were caught off guard, and once again, they've been caught off guard. Now, if that is true, and we get 13 seats, that is extraordinary. And Nigel has made this very clear. This is the beginning of a much bigger movement. And it is a movement. It's from the ground up. Chris mentioned something else, which is actually in the northwest, in the northeast. We're taking votes not just from the Conservatives, we're taking them from Labour as well. People who say this country is broken and they want it back.
I mean, where do you feel you have been picking up? Is it a uniform picture, or is it, as you might expect, from areas that were very strongly Eurosceptic, voted Leave in large quantities? Because you say it's come out of nowhere. It hasn't really. You had UKIP, then the Brexit Party, then the Reform Party. This has been, it's a development in an existing movement, right?
Yes. So what's interesting is if you look at vote share, we believe our vote share is twice that of the Liberal Democrats.
Twice.
We believe that to be true. And if that is the case, and we only get a quarter of the seats, then that says something about the parliamentary system and why first past the post, I think, is broken, and why we need to move to something like a proportional representation, which, of course, we had in the European elections, and that's how we became the biggest party in... I know, I can see you shaking your head next to me. But we became the biggest party in the European Parliament because we had the D'Hondt principle, and that's how we had so many. The Conservatives don't want it, Labour don't want it, but actually I think people in Britain do want it.
It's quite early in the night for a discussion about the D'Hondt system.
Well, yeah, maybe. I like to elevate the conversation.
Well, and I want to get the reaction from the other parties as we will through the night. But just many people watching, though, David Bull, will think actually what they saw from Reform, aside from people like you and people like Nigel Farage coming out and giving interviews publicly, what many people will have seen, however, is a revelation almost daily of truly vile and offensive remarks and views that had been shared by a significant number of your candidates. Some of them were condemned very quickly by the party's leadership. Some of those people were still allowed to run as candidates despite having expressed things that were really offensive to many members of this country. So that, do you think
let's be very clear.
Chances?
It is a minority of those people. We had really strict vetting procedures in play.
But they didn't seem to work very well.
Well, let me just explain that. So over the last 4 years, we've been vetting candidates really thoroughly. We paid a company a lot of money to vet those candidates. They let us down. But also, when the Prime Minister called the election, it caught us on the hop slightly. It caught the Conservatives very much on the hop. But and then we had to expedite that process. Now, we have gone from nothing to fielding 620 candidates. And we have said, and I have been very clear about this, we will not tolerate homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitic behaviour or anything like that. And if any of us find out that that is the case, they're out.
But why do you think that kind of unsavoury character is so attracted to Reform?
Well, I think it's in every party. If you look, there were 20, weren't there, in the Green Party accused of anti-Semitic abuse. So it is in every party. The Conservative Party has a similar problem to a lesser extent.
But not after they were formally nominated.
But remember, no, but also we're 4 years old, so we had to literally sprint to get those candidates. And I think anyone who looks at the rise of Reform will see that actually what we're doing is breaking political history. I said this before. Everyone said in that Brexit result, you won't do it. We changed history. We're about to change history once again.
Do you know where your 13 seats, if you get that far, will be? I mean, you hinted earlier, you say you're picking up everywhere, but do you have a clear view of where you're likely to take? Was Nigel Farage likely to take?
I don't want to bet on it, but Clacton, I hope with Nigel, I hope Richard Tice, I think Rupert Lowe, great Yarmouth. would be a very good bet. Ben Habib in Wellingborough. Let's see. Look, I'm standing in West Suffolk. It has a majority of 23,000, which should be a safe Conservative seat. I'm against Nick Timothy, who was Theresa May's Chief of Staff. Matt Hancock had that seat, of course. That was in the height of the COVID pandemic. That hasn't played very well. I think it's about local candidates with local issues. Is there a personal vote there as well? I don't know. We'll find out in the middle of the morning.
OK. Dave, thank you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Andrea Letson, you are going to be leaving us quite soon. But I just wonder, we've talked about reform. They seem to be doing the most damage in some of the seats that you are likely to lose, according to the exit poll. Was there enough of an attempt at the beginning of this campaign to try to win over their supporters?
So, obviously, the exit polls suggest not, and we will be careful to analyse that at the end of the night. But at the same time, there's no doubt that the Reform Party has been a party of protest against people not being Conservative enough. I mean, I've had a lot of people saying to me, join the Reform Party. I'm a Conservative voter and I want you to join Reform. That makes it a protest. And we've just heard that it's only been around for a short period of time. And that can happen. And obviously it's been a great result for Reform, according to the exit poll. A terrible night for the Conservatives. But what it does mean is we need to regroup, rethink, regain the trust of the population in order to come back fighting next time around.
Dame Andrea, thanks very much
Thanks.
indeed. Relieved that you stood down rather than having to go through all of this.
Yeah.
Devastated.
You knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily. My passion is early years, as you well know, and I want to go and do some of that before I'm too old.
OK, well, not a bit of it. We thank you for coming in and spending some of the evening with us. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to the northeast where we had our two results this evening. Blythe and Ashington and Houghton and Sunderland South. Naga Munchetti and Sally Nugent are standing by. Naga, I'm sorry, it was Jackie from the bank who did it for Sunderland. They got in there first.
I heard Sally say that was their secret weapon, and there were lots of kind of indications here at Blythe and Ashington that we were just about to declare, a few minutes to go, and then it kind of went quiet. Sally and I were messaging each other, actually, just going, who do you think it's going to be? But yes, we had our declaration for one of the 4 constituencies here that are having results. Ian Lavery from Labour winning, as you've been discussing. And interesting that Reform came second here too. A little point, there are 4 constituencies, as I said, which are going to be declared. You saw Maureen Levy on the stage there when the declaration happened, who is Conservative. She obviously didn't win, but her husband, Ian Levy, who's also up for the Conservatives, is also waiting for his declaration. That will be for Cramlington and Killingworth, which will happen around 12:45. So we're still waiting for more results here. But yes, Sally won. Sunderland won. Congratulations, Sunderland.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that.
Sally 1-0 over Naga. And it sounds as if it was Jackie. Jackie from the bank who did the damage.
What won it?
What won it?
I tell you what, when I walked in here tonight, Jackie took me to one side and she said, we are going to win, which is what I told you earlier on in the programme. And I believed her. But I tell you, there's something else about this count here that was quite interesting, was that I think they quite liked being the underdog tonight. I know they weren't the favourite to take back the crown of being the first count to declare, but there was a quiet confidence. There was a little bit of underestimate us at your peril. Jackie and everybody from the bank who had been here as the A-team all those years ago and had all those years of experience of getting the result out quickly, of course, they did the job. And, you know, I was going to make some kind of joke about Sunderland and football and getting used to not winning, but I can't make it now because they won.
Oh, my word. You're smiling gamely there, Naga, which is good to see. Good to see. All right, Sally, Naga, thank you from Blythe and Sunderland South there.
You see, that's friendly rivalry, but I'm afraid that elections aren't all about friendly rivalry. Some of the battles are absolutely as bruising as they come.
I was going to say, actually, Peter Mandelson just picked me up on my pronunciation of Houghton. He says Houghton.
Houghton. Well, this is going to happen through the night.
Houghton the Spring.
Exactly, Chris.
I think it's Houghton. You see,
Thank you. Thank you.
The reason I say so, I started my career in the northeast of England, and was pointed out on day one to me how to pronounce that particular part of Wearside.
Well, these anecdotes should normally come at about 4 in the morning.
I know,
and
but
actually,
we're starting early. What time? It's not midnight yet.
We've got serious business to get on with, because Rita has got some really interesting analysis, because we've mentioned that the results coming in from the northeast were from areas where there were very strongly Leave backing, and you've been looking at what's going on in terms of the difference between Leave and Remain seats.
Absolutely, Laura. And given the conversation you were just having with Dame Andrea Leadsom as well about what sort of damage reform might have done to the Conservatives. So this is based on the exit poll information that we have. And we've done some analysis of what we think has happened to the vote share of each of the parties compared to 2019. Now, in Remain seats, you can see, I mean, the Conservative share of the vote is going down everywhere. Down 15% there, Labour up 4%, Lib Dems flatlining, Reform up 9% and Greens up 6% in Remain seats. Compare that to Leave seats. Conservatives down very sharply, 28% compared to 2019. Labour and the Lib Dems up a little bit. Reform up 18% and the Greens also up 5%. But look at that. And one wonders whether that big rise in the Reform vote in those seats that voted to leave the European Union, whether that is because people feel that they have not got the dividend that they were expecting from the Conservatives, and whether that has hurt them in those sorts of seats. I suspect that is something that we will be discussing in the hours, days and weeks to come. Laura.
Rita, thanks so much. Interesting, isn't it? Because 2019, Brexit was the overt divide, but it's a long time ago now, that vote in 2016. So we'll be looking for all the patterns in the woods.
All right, OK, we're going to go to Welling. And Regina Vaidyanathan is there, standing by. Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, his seat, of course, at the beginning of the night. Our exit poll suggested he had a 6% chance of hanging on to his seat. How are the Tory camp feeling there?
Clive, I've just had a message from someone close to Grant Shapps. It reads, underdog but alive. So I think the Shapps camp is remaining optimistic but realistic, because it would be a big hill to climb for Grant Shapps to retain his seat, one that he's held since 2005, and a majority of around 11,000 last time. Now, the Labour camp here aren't really giving much away, Clive. They're just saying that they've had a good polling day and that we should wait until around 3:30 when the result is called. It is worth as well mentioning that the exit poll put Reform in 3rd place here, and Reform have been saying that they are feeling positive here as well. Now, of course, you may remember that it was a certain Defence Secretary in 1997 that delivered one of those election night moments. Could this current Defence Secretary deliver another one today?
OK, Regina, thank you.
And we are going to just have a brief word with Peter Mandelson, who is still with us here in the studio. In terms of what you're seeing tonight, a reminder, the exit poll is predicting a Labour majority of 170, and yet David Bull from Reform is telling us very clearly Reform has been taking votes from Labour as well.
Yes, and I'm not really surprised by that, because although there are views and opinions of a nationalist and populist kind growing on the right of British politics, I don't think anything like the number of voters who have supported that Reform UK could be described as nationalist, populist or right-wing. They're looking for a very handy protest party to support, because they are furious with the Conservatives. And I have lost count of the number of people who have told me, indeed I've knocked on doors myself and found voters saying, I just cannot decide. I hate the Tories. There's no way I'm going to vote for the Conservative candidate, but I can't yet make up my mind who to protest with, either Labour or Reform. So they're not guided by some ideology. They're not racists. They're not anti-Semites. They're people who are looking for a handy protest vote, either Labour or Reform. Some have gone, the bulk of them, of course, have gone to Labour. Some inevitably have gone to Reform.
But why didn't they go to you then? If all of the things that you've said...
Most of them have.
But in terms of they're not a party that existed in that kind of force a few years ago. So why didn't you think you were able to get them across?
No, Laura, they've existed for some time in various guises with different names, and of course Nigel himself, Nigel Farage, you know, is the sort of running thread through all this. Now, look, at the core of Reform UK, there are a whole number of extremely unpleasant people with views who would be rejected by the overwhelming mass of the British people. But those views held by those people at the heart of Reform UK are not known to the general public. The general public are looking for parties to back or candidates to support in order to lash out against the Conservatives, and Reform have been the beneficiary.
With the greatest of respect, that's absolute nonsense. These are
We've seen your candidates.
There are a very small...
We've seen your candidates.
Let me finish, please.
We've seen your candidates.
There are a very small number of candidates, and we have removed them and dealt with them. Let me just make one thing very clear, which is that we stood down. We gave Boris Johnson an 80-seat majority because he said he was going to get Brexit done. He did not get Brexit done. We have put a border in the Irish Sea. We've annexed the United Kingdom, annexed Northern Ireland. Now, that is unacceptable. Tell me another country that goes around purposely annexing parts of its own territory. I think it's unacceptable. And actually, what people want around the country, they see Labour, you're going to put taxes up enormously by £15 billion, it seems, and people are against that. They want low tax, low regulation and high growth, and that's what we offer.
I'm not sure that people voted Reform because they want less protection and more exposure to market forces, quite honestly.
People voted for Reform because they're patriotic.
Nor do I think people voted for Reform because they objected to some notional border down the Irish Sea. I think you're living in a fantasy land with respect. No, people, of course people have voted for an insurgent party, but I would not describe this as a popular insurgency, and I would not flatter Nigel Farage by describing Reform UK as a movement.
Peter Mandelson, how do you hang on to those voters now who were disgruntled, some of whom have come back to the Labour fold, voted Conservative in 2019? How do you hang on to them, given that you have signed up to the fiscal rules of the Conservatives? How do you hang on to them when you have decided that you are going to get debt down in relation to GDP by 2028? You haven't got any money and you're not going to borrow. You've made that clear. So how are you going to give these people hope who've moved towards you?
Well, Clive, let's not sort of rehearse all the arguments of the election campaign.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
And all that, Look, you make an important point, however. We not only want to hang on to those who have voted for us in the election, we want to win over people who have voted for for Reform UK. We want to demonstrate that we are a party of all the people, not just people who live in inner cities, who have college degrees, who are young and have good, reasonably well-paid positions in good professions. We want to retain and/or win the votes of non-graduates, non-college leavers, people who, frankly, who work in the everyday economy and feel quite disrespected and quite disempowered. Now, that is something that has grown over a number of years, and it's something my party has got to understand, come to terms with, and engage with, and make sure that we're delivering for those voters.
But you see, when you go around the country, people see Labour. It is a metropolitan party for people in Islington. It does not represent people in the north. It doesn't represent their views and values. And that is what Reform UK does. This is...
But David, how do you account for all the seats that we've won in the north east and north west of England?
But do you not think that for a small party, a new party... By the way, let me be very clear. We are a new party, completely new party, new structures, and we have done extremely... If that poll is right, and it may not be right, but if that poll is right, then we have done extremely well. Also, what are you going to do with regards to the European Union? You're going to take us closer and closer to Europe, and that is not what people want.
We've got a declaration coming in. Let's listen in to what's happening in Sunderland.
The result for Sunderland Central. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The turnout is 52.6%, and that Lewis Malcolm Atkinson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Well, a beaming Lewis Atkinson there, NHS manager who's won the seat for Labour with 16,852 votes. But again, we see that fascinating state of the race there. Reform not just beating the Conservatives into second place there, but almost getting twice as many votes of them, leaving Labour with a majority of 6,073. No surprise whatsoever, that's a Labour hold, but fascinating and worrying for Conservatives seeing Reform in second place. Yeah, and a low turnout as well, and that's been a feature of the first two races that we brought you the declarations from. Let's look at the share. You've got Labour flatlining there, Reform up 15 points, the Conservatives down 21. There you go. That is what is happening so far, and it's early days, no question. But Reform are eating into the Conservative share of the vote there. And look at the swing there from Labour to Reform, 7.7%. And you see that kind of move there. And Peter Mandelson, we're hearing from our numbers that there is a 91% chance that Reform might take your old patch, the constituency of Hartlepool. If Hartlepool is won by the Reform Party, how would that feel for you?
It would be, I'd feel extremely bad and very disappointed, and I'd be surprised if it happened.
You would be surprised?
I would.
David?
I think you are about to be surprised. This is where I've been to Hartlepool, I've campaigned in Hartlepool, and when you knock on doors, people say they are sick and tired of the two main parties that don't represent them. That, you know, in terms of the offering you're putting forward, it doesn't represent the people of Hartlepool. It doesn't represent the people of, say, Clacton either. And I think this is very much a people's revolt. And you can call it a protest vote if you want, but actually it's not. It's an uprising. It's saying to the political classes, enough is enough.
I mean, Peter, I was talking to a Labour activist before we came on air. He was saying that on the doorstep, the response was very much, you're all the same. You're all the same. And in that kind of atmosphere, it is going to be the insurgent party, potentially, that gets the nod.
Clive, I think people over the last 10 years in all parts of the country have almost literally had the hope beaten out of them and their trust in the whole political system beaten out of them by one disaster after another. You know, the country feels so broken. It is hardly surprising that people are very, very angry. And now what the Labour Party has to do, should it form the government, as your exit poll would suggest it will, is prove them wrong, that they can see hope restored in the future of the country, and they can see a political system which is working for them. And that is the great challenge for an incoming Labour government.
All right. Peter Mandelson and Debbie Bull, thank you both very much indeed. Thank you.
Right, well, just let's remind you of what the exit poll predicts, an enormous Labour majority with 410 seats up significantly. The Conservatives crashing down to 131 seats. That's what the forecast is. Will one of them be the seat of Penny Mordaunt, who's been leader of the House of Commons? She's been the MP in Portsmouth North. Mark Easton, our colleague, is there tonight. Mark, are you seeing glum faces or relief in Penny Mordaunt's camp?
Well, very interesting, actually. Most of the candidates are here. Penny Mordaunt is not here, and we're told that she may not turn up until very close to the declaration, which is expected at around 3:30 this morning. Incredibly busy counting going on right now. This would be, I think, a very significant shock if Penny Mordaunt was to lose. I saw Jeremy Vine earlier saying it was a blue hexagon that was going to go red. The exit poll says actually too close to call, but at the same time says Penny Mordaunt has a just a 25% chance of holding on here. The swing required for her to lose, if you just look at Tory to Labour, would be 17.2%. But what the sort of chatter is in this room is that actually what we're seeing here is a big increase in the reform vote, just as you've been talking about all evening. Some people are suggesting we might have sort of 25% reform vote in Portsmouth North, which would be a huge success for them, and perhaps would be the explanation for why indeed Portsmouth Guildhall is going to see one of the big shocks of election 2024.
Mark, thanks so much. Well, give us a wave if Penny Mordaunt turns up at her count a bit later in the evening. Let's see what happens there.
Yep, 3 seats declared so far. 3 Labour wins. So far, so normal, but the turnout has been low, and the story is reform. Their share of the vote going up in those 3 counts so far. That's not going to be an issue, we think, in Northern Ireland. Because Andrea Catherwood joins us now from Belfast. Hi there, Andrea. Just paint a picture of the scene where you are.
Yes, very different here in Belfast, of course, because the people of Belfast and Northern Ireland vote for Northern Irish parties. Now, traditionally, the DUP over the last 20 years has been the party that's been the biggest Northern Irish party in Westminster. It is the party that is under the most pressure tonight, because there is a chance that that could change. There's always been either the DUP or another unionist party having the most seats at Westminster. However, the DUP have had a really torrid time of it recently. Just at Easter, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who was the leader, was charged with historic sex offences. They're charges that he denies. He resigned. His seat is vulnerable, but even more importantly, behind me, Belfast East is being counted. That is the new leader's seat, Gavin Robinson, and that is a really tight race up against another leader, the leader of the Alliance Party, Naomi Long. So you've got 2 party leaders, just 1 seat at Westminster, and that's going to be a really tight race tonight. An easier night here for Sinn Féin, the other major party. They had 7 seats at the last election. It looks like they're going to hold all 7 seats, although 1 is very tight. If they hold all 7 seats and the DUP lose a couple, then Sinn Féin could be the biggest single party from Northern Ireland at Westminster. It would be the first time ever that the Nationalists have held that position, that a Nationalist party held that position. It would be a significant milestone, and it could happen tonight.
That'll be fascinating. Andrea, thank you for that.
Well, history will be made tonight, potentially in all sorts of different ways. Let's go to James Cook, our Scotland editor, who's in Glasgow for us tonight. James, we've talked about this suggestion from the exit poll that the SNP might crash down to 10 seats at Westminster, which would be an absolutely phenomenal result for Scottish Labour. But from what your sense is of the way things are going, what's the mood in the various camps there?
I think, Laura, good evening, or in fact, good morning. It's the morning.
Is it already?
Good morning to you now. It's after midnight. It is, I know, time's flying on, but we do not have any hard facts from Scotland yet. I mean, you're right, the exit poll would be an enormous blow for the Scottish National Party. The Labour Party would be delighted if that were to be proved correct. I think there's some doubt on both sides about whether that exact scale of the victory for Labour is likely to be the case. Indeed, Sir John Curtis, to be fair, has been pointing that out, that there is a caveat relating to those numbers. So perhaps putting them to one side and looking at the bigger picture here, both the SNP and Labour are accepting that this is Labour's night, that Labour are roaring back in Scotland. They had 1 MP, let's not forget, 1 MP at the last election in Scotland, and they ruled this land effectively. I don't mean they literally ruled it, but they were in charge. They were the biggest party from 1959 in every general election through to 2010. A decade or so ago, around the time of the independence referendum, Scottish politics, Laura, as you know very well, was completely scrambled. And it remains scrambled. And I think what's interesting is, why has there been such a surge in support for Labour? Lots of the voters that I've been talking to travelling around the country have been saying, 1, they want to get the Tories out. They don't think they're doing a good job. I'm generalising, of course. 2, they're not delighted with the performance of the SNP. concerned about some of the other things going on with the party in terms of a police investigation into its finances and so on. But 3, have I heard massive enthusiasm for Labour from voters? Not necessarily, and I think that will pose a challenge for the Labour Party to prove that they can deliver meaningful change for the people of Scotland, because the key thing to remember here, you know the figure, 45%. At the last general election, the SNP won 45% of the vote. In the independence referendum in 2014, people voting for independence were 45% of the electorate who voted. And what we've seen this time, we don't know the share for the SNP in this election, but it seems likely that what we're seeing is evidence at the ballot box of a detachment between support for the SNP and support for independence, which remains round about that 45% mark, according to some polls. So, of course, this will not be, if the result is as we expect, the mandate for negotiations on a second independence referendum that John Swinney, the new SNP leader, had suggested it might be and had certainly hoped it would be. But it doesn't mean the issue has completely gone away. It does mean that there is no obvious vehicle for supporters of independence to jump on at this moment to deliver what they ultimately want to see for Scotland.
James Cook in Glasgow, thank you very much indeed. So many implications from the results as they come in. But of course, the biggest implication, of course, at this stage is that Keir Starmer is heavily on track to become the next Prime Minister.
Partly because, as James was saying, there may be Labour gains in Scotland, but also potentially Howell Griffith is in Wales. Labour potentially making gains where you are too, particularly in the north.
Yeah, absolutely. If you remember, Clive, back in 2019, it was a Tory story, taking 14 of the 40 seats there. Best result in decades. Tonight, as we speak, we're on wipeout watch. Now, the boundary changes mean there were fewer seats to play for, but essentially, using that exit poll, it may be that the Tories are down to one single seat. And that comes with lots of caveat, not least the fact that it's not a Tory candidate fighting for it. It's Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, a name that's been in the headlines because of the betting scandal. The candidate there, Craig Williams, suspended by the party, but according to the exit poll at least,
okay, Howell,
he may well be the only one to survive this vote.
We've got a declaration coming up.
Swindon, tonight we get our future back. You voted for change, a changed Labour Party that will change our country for the better. After 14 long years of Conservative government, change is coming. This is the moment we press the reset button for the country, to get our economy firing on all cylinders, to invest in our schools and our NHS, to restore honesty, decency and integrity to politics. Now, as some of you may know, I'm a Swindon girl, born and bred, and I can tell you this, I'm on a mission to restore pride and opportunity to my hometown, a mission to ensure kids growing up here today don't have to move out to get on, a mission to build a high-wage local economy where hard work is rewarded and the contribution of all is valued. It's the honour of my life to have been elected to represent my hometown. Together, we are going to put Swindon back on the map for all the right reasons. I'd like to thank everyone who has made this election run so smoothly, to the returning officer, to everyone counting here tonight, and to the police. I'd like to thank my incredible campaign team. You know who you all are. There is not a door in Swindon South that we haven't knocked on, and there are plenty we've knocked on many times. I've had to tell some people I'm not stalking them. I can't thank you and them enough. To my agent Patrick Herring, to my local party chair Jo Garton, and to the leader of the council Jim Robbins, thank you for your unwavering support and good advice. I'd also like to pay tribute to Robert. Robert, you've been a gentleman in this contest. You've been a hard-working servant of Swindon, a senior government minister, and an ardent campaigner on the issues closest to your heart. The political winds of change may be blowing tonight, but I hope your contribution to public life continues. And finally, I'd like to thank my family. To my dad, who has been my hero from day one growing up in Colebrook Road, thank you for painting my office, putting up my garden stakes and putting out my bins when I forget them. Thank you to my mum for refilling my freezer, for providing a one-woman news monitoring service of the Swindon Advertiser, and for always believing in me. And thank you to my husband, Martin. 2 years ago, I said I wanted to come home. We uprooted a life we had built together in South East London, and you didn't blink. I simply wouldn't be the person I am without you. Thank you, Swindon. Thank you to all those who voted for me, and to those who didn't let me say this. I am here for you. I will represent our whole community with dedication and humility. Swindon, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve. I won't let you down.
Well, there, Heidi Alexander, a former MP, now becomes the new Labour MP from Swindon South. That's the first Labour gain from the night. She's taken the seat from Robert Buckland, the former Tory minister. He's the first Conservative to lose. Let's listen in.
Officer and the incredible counting team that makes Swindon one of the most efficient counting centres in the United Kingdom. I know you've all been working for much of the day and for the rest of the night. There are many friendly faces here who we need to rely on for democracy to happen. And that's what's happened tonight. I'd like to thank the people of Swindon South as well, or should I say South Swindon, the seat that I had the honour of representing for 14 years through 4 elections. Although it was not to be for a 5th time, I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the tens of thousands of fellow residents who have supported me over the years and who continue to do so at this election. And to those who didn't, I say my good wishes and that my hopes go with you for the future of our town, my home, and our country. And I want to thank Heidi for her heartfelt words, and I genuinely wish her well. She is a person who comes to this with goodwill and the right motives, and I'm glad that on a personal level she is able to serve once again. I want to thank my family, my wife, Sian, my children, who have, through the 20 years that I have been a candidate and MP here, put aside their priorities, not just for mine, but for the people who I served, and for my incredible campaign team, who ignored the national polls and worked day and night to help me in this campaign, and I owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Now, tonight's result means that I cannot, for the time being, be a direct participant in our parliamentary process, which you know I value and love dearly. I'm proud of the work that I've done to advance the cause of autistic and disabled people in our country and people who live in abusive and controlling domestic relationships and the victims of serious crime in particular. I'm deeply proud of the investment that I've helped to secure for Swindon, from the new A&E at GWH to the vitally important heritage work at the Health Hydro and the Honda site redevelopment. But there's much more, of course, to do. I wish Heidi well, and I know that she will carry on the work that I have started. Now, our very political system is at a crossroads. Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus where people compete for attention by saying things that they either know to be untrue or which raise hopes and expectations in a way that further erodes trust? I know what side I'm on. I know what choice I would make. And I believe with sincere and fierce conviction that my party has to make the right choice too, if we are to inspire a new generation with the real promise of a better future. Thank you, Swindon, for giving me the opportunity of my life to make a positive difference to our town and our nation.
Well, two speeches full of strong convictions there. The main headline, Heidi Alexander, who was a former Labour MP, has got a huge swing of 16% and will return to Parliament this time as the MP for Swindon South. But also a very fierce speech there from Sir Robert Buckland, the former Conservative cabinet minister, who accused some in his party, not directly, but it was very clear what he was saying. He was asking whether they value people who work together or whether those who accept that politics is a circus and say things to be untrue. So, a taste there of some of the very fierce fights that may well be ahead for the Conservative Party as the night and the days progress after what appears to be on course to be a shattering defeat for them.
Yeah, and the civility shown, both well, it's something that you don't see that often, frankly, in our modern politics. And I think it's important that we reflect on that, Sadiq Khan, because Heidi Alexander left a very good job in Lewisham as the MP to go and work for you. And you were saying, as she was giving her speech there, that you were taking credit for that, that victory.
Heidi, I wasn't. I was with Heidi 2 days ago in Swindon North and Swindon South, 2 seats we've got to win. And it looks like we're going to win those. I've got to give credit both to Robert and to Heidi for those speeches. I think you won't see two classier speeches during the course of this night. But it's, I think, the start of what's going to be a great night for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. I think you're going to see across every region of the country Labour making gains. I think you'll see Labour, the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales. And it's quite remarkable because Heidi and I sat through 2019 when we were genuinely fearing our party was on the brink of extinction. Heidi came to work for me as my Deputy Mayor for Transport. Lo and behold, in 4.5 years, Keir Starmer's taken us to the cusp of power. Quite remarkable, unprecedented. And hopefully during the course of the night, you'll see more and more Labour gains, Labour gains, Labour gains. That's the first one.
Did you think this night could ever be possible within the space of one Parliament? And remember, we are still talking about an exit poll here, but it seems to be going a certain way with the result.
So I've known Keir for almost 30 years. We're both lawyers together. When he first told me 4.5 years ago he wanted to be leader, I wasn't clear whether he could go on to be the Prime Minister. I was unclear what his motives were, bearing in mind how difficult the task was. But he had a sense of conviction and confidence that made him think he could do it. He made us believe he could do it, and he's worked so hard. He's built a team around him. The shadow cabinet, MPs, candidates, our staff, our volunteers have followed Keir's confidence and leadership. It's been difficult. There's been some wobbly moments. There have been times where, we've thought it wasn't possible. In my wildest dreams, 4.5 years ago, did I think we'd be here? No. Keir did, though, and he deserves massive credit for getting us here.
Sadiq, Mayor of London, you sound a bit like, though, you thought he was crackers to take it on.
Well, I love Keir, and I said to Keir, one of my best friends took on this job in 2010. We fell short in 2015.
Ed Miliband, you're referring
to?
Yeah,
I've seen great politicians take on the worst job in politics, being leader of Her Majesty's official opposition. Keir said he believed in himself, he believed in his vision. He knew about hard work, but Keir's motivation is public service. This guy took on cases for me without taking a fee. He would act for clients without asking for money. He believes in hard work. I think what you'll see is him being magnanimous tomorrow, him being humble, and him demanding every Labour MP served with humility.
Just to say that we've got another Labour hold. This is in Washington and Gateshead South. Labour have hung on to that seat. Sharon Hodgson is re-elected there as the MP. So that is 5 seats for Labour, 4 holds, 1 gain. So a lot of those seats, in fact, all those seats are in the north. No, Swindon, we had Swindon South. So most of those seats in the north. What is it about the northeast?
It's a special place. It's just a special place. And interesting.
They know how to add up. Yeah.
Well, Nagad Sally told us about all the lengths that they'd gone to in the special paper and all the stuff. But interestingly, that seat in Washington Reform also, it appears, in second place there. But we'll bring you that result in detail when we have it. But Reform, just one of the headaches for the erstwhile Conservative leader Rishi Sunak. But of course, the huge move to Labour we're seeing is the biggest problem for him of all. Let's check in again with Victoria Derbyshire. Victoria, you're at the count now. Have you managed to glean anything from Conservative supporters there?
Honestly, Laura, not particularly. I can tell you that the verification of the ballot papers is almost complete, and the actual counting of the real votes will begin, I'm told, in about half an hour. There's a sort of quiet hum here as the verification continues. What I can tell you is, and I'm sure it's the same for you, Laura, the number of WhatsApps I've been receiving from senior Conservative politicians, which range from despair to some scepticism about the exit poll, particularly when it comes to the number of seats Reform are projected to win, and also some Tory MPs trying very, very hard to look for some positives in that exit poll. One senior MP's reaction to the exit poll was an expletive, which obviously I won't repeat right now in the early hours of the morning. Another said the exit poll is yes, exactly, which is why I'm not repeating it. Another said it was dire, and that he actually couldn't see the Tories even getting 131 seats. He thought Reform would get more than 13. Somebody else who's standing down was a senior cabinet minister, on a much more upbeat note, said, look, if Labour can turn the worst result since the 1930s into their best result, then we the Conservatives have it all to play for over the next 5 years. Just been chatting to the Reform candidate here, one Lee Taylor. He says he is hopeful of, quote, making a massive dent in Rishi Sunak's majority. The first time we are going to see the Prime Minister, as he still is, we're expecting at about 3:30, so in about 3 hours this afternoon, he will arrive with the other 12 candidates here, and we're expecting the result in Richmond and Northallerton at about 4 a.m. this morning.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We'll talk to you later.
Also with us here in the studio is Gus O'Donnell, former Cabinet Secretary. It looks as if we're going to have a new Prime Minister.
Yes.
Now, how is the civil service preparing for that?
Well, they've been preparing for a long time for all possible options, but this one looked very likely given the polls. So, yes, it will be quite a dramatic time. They'll be sorting out the details of what happens tomorrow. If the polls are right, Keir Starmer will be clapped into 10 Downing Street about an hour after Rishi Sunak's been clapped out of Downing Street. Rishi goes to the King, offers his resignation, then Keir goes, and then the work starts. I mean, that's the thing, you know, the Cabinet Secretary is the ultimate wet blanket, right? They come through that door and they are on a high like no other high. They've just been clapped in and it's amazing. And then I have to say to them, well, actually, now it gets really tough. Yeah, I mean, they've got to sort out a whole cabinet, you know, appointing all the cabinet. They've got to read the briefs for all these, you know, that President Biden's on the phone, you know, what am I going to say to him? President Macron, you know, he's got all of those things going on.
There's a NATO summit next week as well.
NATO summit, you know, it's a minor matter of that, 9th to 11th of July. Then he's got the EPC, this European leaders all coming to Blenheim Palace towards the end of the month. He's got a huge amount on, and this is nothing to, as Cabinet Secretary, I'll be talking to that Prime Minister about minor things like, actually, we've got certain terrorist issues that I need to talk you through, certain intelligence issues, and there's the whole nuclear coding, you know, how many millions of people do you want to wipe out if we're wiped out? Those, you know, there are big issues. And remember, he's a human. His family are coming through that door and they're moving home. And so that's for his wife and children. You know, it's a massive event in their lives. And believe me, it's a very stressful job. And suddenly, whereas when you're in opposition, as you say, it's probably one of the worst jobs there is in politics, being leader of the opposition. When you're Prime Minister, it's relentless. And it starts tomorrow. And so, Keir, please, if you're listening, go to bed, right? Be ready for tomorrow.
He hasn't had his count yet.
There's no way he's going to do
Hoban
that.
and St Pancras hasn't called yet.
But it's going to be a big day.
Oh, look, it's going to be a huge day, whatever happens. And, you know, it looks very, very clear, the direction of travel, but the result and the scale of the result is still kind of, I know, well, Sadiq Khan, you're sitting there with a twinkle in the eye. You're not going to let me get to the end of the sentence that reminds our viewers that there still is a sprinkling of salt with all of this. But if the exit poll does give Labour a majority of this scale, what kind of government do you think that Keir Starmer is going to run? You know, Gus O'Donnell's just given us a horror story of all of the very serious issues. Chris has reflected already the tightness of the budget. Yeah. There ain't much cash. What kind of government do you think he'll run?
I think what we're going to get at last is a grown-up government, a grown-up Prime Minister. He's going to under-promise and over-deliver. He's going to be magnanimous tomorrow. He's going to reach across to colleagues from all sides of the House to bring the nation together. He's a
Sounds
unifier.
a bit like you've talked to him about his speech. Sounds like you've got a preview.
He's a unifier. He will bring people together, and he's not sleeping tonight because he's working hard. He's a workaholic. He's getting ready for tomorrow, big day tomorrow. That sets a tone in relation to managing expectations, but also making clear Team Labour knows what's expected from us. High standards, public service. You heard what Robert Buckland said about the consequences of bad leadership. We've had 5 since 2010. Can be very different.
It's interesting, though, you say he's a unifier. Actually, not everybody in your party feels that way. Quite a lot of people feel in your party that actually he's booted out people who didn't fancy his agenda. Some of his colleagues also would privately boast about how ruthless he was to do that, and he had to make those decisions in order to be in a position to win. So I'm not sure that Keir Starmer, unity candidate, is what everybody in the Labour Party would say.
Yeah, you speak to those 410 Labour MPs tomorrow, and they'll tell you how united and unified we are.
Any new MP is going to say nice things about the leader on day one if that's what comes to pass.
We are a united party. We've worked incredibly hard under Keir's leadership. We are not, doing somersaults to celebrate this victory. We get one night to enjoy it. Tomorrow, back to work.
OK, Sadiq Khan, thanks. I know we have to let you go, but it's been great to have you with us here in the studio.
Right, we're going to show you in graphic form what has happened so far this evening, and that is that Labour have 5 seats there, 4 holds, 1 gain. And it looks as if Reform are in second place there, but that's actually because of the wonderful way that their share vote has been holding out. They have been coming second in so many of the seats that have taken place so far that we've had declarations on. So that's why they are up there with Labour, because of the size of the share of their vote. But all the declarations so far this evening have been for Labour wins.
Now, let's take you back to Swindon South. That result there, which was the first Labour win of the night, the first of them taking a seat from their opponents. We can speak to Sir Robert Buckland, who gave that very strong speech from the stage. Robert Buckland, like many people who will be losing their seats tonight from different parties, commiserations to you. We say that to all of the candidates who may lose out. But in your speech, you gave a very strong warning. It was clear to your party not to carry on behaving in the way that it has, and not to go into some kind of circus in the way that you clearly feel they have done in recent years.
Yeah, Laura, I'm fed up with performance art politics. I've watched colleagues in the Conservative Party strike poses, write inflammatory op-eds and say stupid things they know have no evidence for, instead of concentrating on doing the job that they were elected to do. I've had enough of it. I want the Conservative Party to get back to the ethos of doing stuff well and being competent, not pretending to please the media. If we can get back to that, then I think we have more than a fighting chance at the next election. But we need to do it quickly, and we need to wake up now.
Who in particular are you thinking of has done that? You even say people have said things that are untrue.
Well, look, I think that we've seen in this election an astonishing ill-discipline within the party. I mean, to see articles being written before a vote is cast in the general election about the party heading for defeat and what the prognosis should be is spectacularly unprofessional and ill-disciplined. That's not the Conservative Party I joined or have been an active member of for now nearly 40 years. I expect more from colleagues. And I also expect colleagues in senior office to actually get a grip of their brief and portfolio and actually understand that politics is about hard choices, it's about doing the detail. Now, the Prime Minister understands that, and he is an admirable example of how to do the detail. But what is also missing is a narrative. What are we saying, particularly to younger voters? You know, in Swindon, I've got a younger than average demographic. What are we offering to them about owning their own home and having a share in the future of our country? Where's this ambition gone for our country? You know, the Conservative Party is more than just a desiccated management machine. We should be representing with passion the hopes of the next generation. And whilst we have done admirable things on education and supported older people in our society, we've really now got to look fundamentally at what we do for younger people. And it's not about left and right, Laura. It's about actually those who want to come into politics to do things rather than to be somebody. Now, I've lost my position. You know, I'm a member of the public again. great, I'm Joe Public, but I tell you this, my political career is not over, and for the party that I love, I will do everything I can to make sure we are a credible party of the nation once again, because that is where the Conservative Party wins, and that is what millions of people out there are crying out for. Those people who stayed at home today were telling us just as much as those who switched that they weren't happy with the Conservative Party. We've got to do better, and we've got to accept the judgment of the electorate quickly.
And everyone watching will hear, Robert Buckland, tonight, the conviction in your voice and how strongly you feel about where it's gone wrong for your party. You say it's been spectacularly ill-disciplined and ill-judged for colleagues to talk about losing the election before it has actually happened. I assume there you're referring to Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, who did as much in the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that's not an isolated example. You know, I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb. You know, I came into politics to actually do government and to responsibly exercise power in order to make change in this country. I did that in office for many years. I'm proud of my legacy. I changed the lives of victims of crime, victims of domestic abuse and autistic people. I wanted the chance to do more for the people I care about. I've been denied that because the party around me just can't get its proverbial together, and I'm not going to use a four-letter word even though we're well after the watershed.
Robert Buckland, Clive Myrie here. I mean, there is going to be a battle for the soul of the Conservative Party after this. If these early results are borne out more widely and the exit poll is correct, there is a sense that the party could lurch even further to the right and have those kinds of characters that you're criticising be in charge of the party.
Well, that would be a disastrous mistake, and it would send us into the abyss and gift Labour government for many years. You know, what happened tonight was a big vote for change. Now, Labour are going to get a big majority, but, you know, and congratulations to them and good luck to the new Prime Minister, but it's not necessarily going to be the deepest of majorities for them, and they're going to need to listen to those who are in the minority.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We've got a declaration here.
Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875. John Pearson, Green Party candidate, 3,228. Habib Rahman, Independent, 1,636. Yvonne Ann Ridley, Independent, 3,627. And that Chi Onwurah has been duly elected to serve as a councillor, as a Member of Parliament for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to leave the count. So I now invite Chi Onwurah to speak. Thank you.
We wish the Reform candidate well there. Ill, not able to make the count, and that's Ashton Muncaster. But they've come second. He's come second in that race. Labour holding on to that seat with a majority of 11,060. The turnout again fairly low, 54%, but Reform have beaten the Conservatives into second place, and that is, so far, and it's early, but it's the story of the night.
It's a pattern we might see replicated across the country. Let's take a closer look at the numbers. Labour down 14% in Newcastle Central. So no question whether they were going to hold the seat, really, but see a real drop-off in their support as Reform comes up by 11%, but the Conservatives crashing down by 16%. But let's show you the movement from Labour to Reform. Again, we're in the North East, but not one of the areas like Sunderland where there was such a pronounced Leave vote. A very interesting pattern we're seeing there, Chris. I mean, we should underline it's a Labour win, but what's happening between Reform underneath the surface is fascinating, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And then we can piece together, I think, an element of what we see there in the numbers, not just in that seat, but in some of the earlier ones as far as Reform's performance, and then unpicking the language, the words that Robert Buckland was using to you there, Laura, in your conversation. Robert Buckland, a mild-mannered chap, but my goodness, you could hear his fury, his anger at his own colleagues, not just that article written by Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, in The Telegraph just the other day, but sketching out, as he sees it, what the party needs to avoid in the post-mortem that we're now seeing playing out on our programme tonight. Bald men fighting over a comb, talking about the prospect of the row to come in his own parliamentary party, which he won't be a part of.
Really angry, though. Really angry.
And as I say, you know, Robert Buckland, for viewers who perhaps don't follow politics as keenly as others may, is not someone who grabs megaphones and shouts loudly into them for the sake of it. He's a mild-mannered, understated chap by normal demeanour. And there you could see just how angry he is, and just how angry he is in particular at his own colleagues, in his view, contributing towards the difficult night for the Conservatives and his own demise.
Yeah. All right, Chris, thank you for that. It's going to be an interesting night, clearly, and we've got enough results now and the exit poll, and I don't know about you lot, but I think it's about time we saw the swingometer. Ooh, indeed, yes. And Jeremy Vine has the swingometer in question in Cardiff. Jeremy.
Funny you should mention that. Yes, right here with it, Clive. So let's just explain. The swingometer measures the movement of votes between parties from one election to another. And if the proportion of votes stays the same, then the swing would be 0, and you can see the needle here. And if that were to be the case, then all the red seats stay red and all the blue seats stay blue. It's not going to be 0 after tonight. We were listening, weren't we, to Robert Buckland. You can see over here, his seat would fall on a 6% swing. There it is, Swindon South, and so it did. But Labour are going beyond that. I could put the half-dozen results that we've had into the swingometer, and we can measure the actual swing. Not the exit poll now, this is the actual swing. So let's just move it and see what's happening. Before we look, 12.7% is the swing required for a majority of one. If you have 12.7%, Labour have it in every single seat, they get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%. So that would have them, if it was 11% swing in every single seat, on an extra 98 seats. So you're thinking to yourself, how come this is an extraordinary night for Labour with what seems to be a fairly modest swing so far? Now, OK, as we get more results, the swing may go up. At the moment, if it's 11%, if you simply paint them in logically, these seats are all Labour and these seats stay Conservative. But here's what's actually happening. In places where they need a bigger swing, Labour are getting it. So have a look at what our exit poll is projecting. And I'm just going to wash the red across the right-hand side of the screen here, and you will see. This is the remarkable thing about Labour's performance, is that where they didn't need a very big swing, for example, in their own already safe seats, they haven't got one. Instead, they've targeted seats they desperately need. Maybe they're in second place to the Conservatives. And it looks like, from our exit poll, predictions only, at 13%, they're taking all the seats. At 14%, they're taking nearly all of them. At 15%, and you know what? We should move it round a bit more. Where does this very targeted Labour swing stop? This is the secret of Labour's victory, if victory it is. This, remember, is our prediction, it's our exit poll, but it shows them possibly in Romford, Redditch, Herne Bay, getting seats on a swing of 20%. Now, part of what's happening is the targeting of the Labour vote. The other thing is that the Conservatives seem to be hemorrhaging most in places where they're stronger. So for them, it really is a perfect storm.
All right, Jeremy, thank you for that. It's interesting, isn't it?
You promised a swingometer. It's an absolute swingometer, for a very, very fancy swingometer indeed, ready for 2024.
It's not even a real swingometer, it's a virtual one. You remember those, the real ones that they had in the studio?
Cardboard.
Bit of cardboard, yeah. Well, it's all high-tech now.
I got paid £100 by the BBC to programme swingometer.
Oh, really?
You got, hang on. So, former Cabinet Secretary Augusta O'Donnell, this is a big revelation. We should welcome Don Butler from Labour, who's sitting alongside. You got 170 quid for working on a swingometer.
Working with David Butler, we had a calculator, and we turned the handle of the calculator, a piece of paper come up, I'd hand it to David Butler and say, the swing is 5.4% and the turnout is up, whatever.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, you heard it here first.
Come on that much.
Too many things haven't come on that much. Blimey, but we welcome you, Don Butler from the Labour Party, and we'll check in with you shortly.
Right, we're going to go to Islington. And Helena Wilkinson, who's standing by there. And that is, I'm assuming that's Islington North for the Jeremy Corbyn count. Oh, I got that wrong. I've got that wrong. Oh, no, I've got that right.
Right. You have got that right, Clive. It's also, we're expecting 2 declarations here for Islington North, Jeremy Corbyn, and also Islington South and Finsbury. What I'm going to do is step out of the camera because I'm sure you want to see Jeremy Corbyn on the count floor, get a better view of him. You can see him having a chat to various people there. I saw him arrive about 40 minutes ago, looking relaxed. He's been chatting away. In the last 10 minutes, he did look at his watch, so keen to probably get a move on and get the declarations out of the way. But this is a unique battle here because Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against the Labour Party, the party which he was once leader of. And as I say, it is a very unique battle. Now, in terms of how his team are feeling, well, I think they are feeling positive, but it's interesting that no one really wants to talk to us yet because I think the result at the moment in terms of predicting it is quite uncertain. But Jeremy Corbyn there standing as an independent candidate against the Labour candidate Praful Nargund. He is yet to arrive, but we've also, as I say, Clive, waiting for Emily Thornberry, who is a candidate in the Islington South and Finsbury seat here as well. The hard work is continuing here. Verification for most of the areas is now complete, and so the counting is well underway. Lots of sweets laid out on tables. The bags have not yet been opened, but I did see one of the counters unwrap a banana. So clearly they need a bit more energy.
Oh, yes. We need some bananas here in the studio. I've only got some bit of fruit, nuts, peanuts here, but no bananas. I did suggest actually that. Oh, you've got some.
Yeah,
okay, I'm going to have one of those a little bit later on. Off camera, I hasten to add.
Right. We need to crack on with the serious business of the evening. You two are enjoying it still far too much. I want to take us to our colleague Aleem Maqbool, who is in Rochdale. Good evening to you, Aleem. Now, lots of people watching tonight will remember that in February, in that by-election, George Galloway, veteran left-winger politician, came blasting back in and won the by-election there, trying to hang on tonight, but facing competition from a former journalist, actually, Paul Wall, who's standing there for the Labour Party. So what's your sense of the way it's going tonight?
Well, recent polls have shown that it's pretty close. Labour Party members who are looking at a bit of sampling seem a touch more relaxed now than they did at the beginning of the evening, but it is close and extraordinary, given the national picture that you've been talking about over the last few hours, that we are talking about Labour nervousness in seats which are long-time Labour strongholds, like Rochdale. But about 2 weeks ago, they actually called for more help canvassing in other seats they considered battleground states. Again, a similar profile where, in some cases, they won in 2019 by more than 20 points. What do all these places have in common? Well, they have high Muslim populations, and the feeling is that there will be, in a lot of those constituencies, a protest vote against the way Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have handled the Gaza crisis, the fact that they abstained from that November ceasefire vote, for example. So, as well as Rochdale, where you rightly say George Galloway's looking to hold on to the seat that he won in February, there are other seats to look out for later in the day. Some in Birmingham, Ladywood, Perry Barr, Leicester South as well, the Bradford seats as well, and other Lancashire seats in Blackburn, for example. So, as I say, interesting that given everything that's going on, that potentially the Muslim vote from 2019 could have gone down from around 80%, according to a lot of research, to perhaps 60%. But that has also led to a lot of apathy among Muslim voters, if research is to be believed.
Elaine, thank you so much. It's one of the really interesting patterns we're going to be looking out for, not just as he was saying there in Rochdale, where there was that enormous impact with the Galloway by-election earlier this year, but in lots of other pockets of the country, something that Labour has been nervous about.
Yeah, in those early declarations that we've had, the Reform vote going up their share of the vote, beating the Conservatives into second place in a number of those seats, all of them so far being held by Labour, or one, as in the case of Swindon, by Labour from the Conservatives. And one of those seats that they're keeping their eye on, Reform, is Ashfield. And Sean Dilley is there for us now. That is where Lee Anderson is standing. Local boy, a minor, started out as a Labour councillor, then he went to the Conservatives, then he was an independent, now he's standing for Reform, and they clearly are hoping, Sean, that they should be able to win this.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Lee Anderson says that his views and his politics hasn't changed. He says the party's has. Lee Anderson isn't here yet. In fact, none of the candidates are here, but who are here are the election agents and the people who represent the parties. I'm just going to bring the camera over my shoulder a little bit of behind the scenes here at Ashfield, because some of the counting, it has been rather close. We've been chatting to various party officials who are standing over with clipboards. They have the ability to look at the ballot papers. The secrecy of the vote's guaranteed, but they get to have a look who's cast, or at least, you know, that boxes have X's in them. So we've had a chat to Reform Party representatives. They say that it's looking on their number crunching, which they do on their clipboards, to be about a 2 to 3% lead to Reform. That's what they reckon. We've spoken to the same people from the Labour Party representing their candidate, Ria Keane, and they say, well, it's too close to call. Well, for want of an old political expression, for some of our older viewers, Mandy Rice-Davies, they would say that, wouldn't they? The big scandal of the night here, though, Clive, is not the price of the coffee. It's only £1 a cup of coffee, but it turns out that they don't take cards. You have to have cash on you, so it's sort of a bit of an homage to its old-fashioned roots. But you're quite right, people are keeping their eye on Lee Anderson, and if the vote share that's seen in other constituencies or anything to go by, Lee Anderson, though he's not here at the moment, he's certainly going to be encouraged by them.
Indeed. Thank you for that, Sean, at the Ashfield count there in Nottinghamshire.
Going to be a really interesting result when it comes in. Right, Dawn Butler, thank you for joining us here. London Labour MP. It looks like your party's heading for an absolute massive majority. If Keir Starmer has such resounding support from the country in the shape of a majority of 170 or so, you're a prominent figure on the left of the party. You've not always been content with how he's handled things. Do you think the left would have a responsibility, basically, to fall in line?
Well, we are a diverse party of, you know, and the fact is we need to look at these results and celebrate these results, first of all. You know, this will be a stonking majority that, you know, we should be proud of. I'm in politics to serve, but also to be in government. Being in opposition is not fun. When I entered in 2005, I entered in government and I served loyally under Blair, under Brown. And so, you know, I'm a loyal Labour politician who wants to be in government to govern for the people. And I'm excited about that, Laura.
One of the things, though, recently you and some of your other colleagues on the left made no secret of being very unhappy about how the leadership had treated a very long-serving MP, Diana Abbott, who's a trailblazer for so many people. And yet sometimes Keir Starmer's people, they might use this result tonight as a sort of vindication to say, yeah, we were right to be ruthless. We were right to hold the line. We were right to boot out people like your former London Labour MP colleague, Jeremy Corbyn.
I don't think it's about being ruthless. I think it's being in politics and doing the right things. How Diane was treated was wrong. And in the end, obviously, she had the whip returned and hopefully she will be returned as a Labour MP. And I think what's really important, actually, and what these results are showing, is that the country rejected the Tories resoundingly, and they rejected the politics of hate. They rejected all of the culture wars. They rejected, like, all the stuff around the PPE scandals. And so what we need to do is govern very differently from a government that's been roundly rejected by the public. And that's what we have to take from this.
What do you make of what we were just hearing from our colleague Ali Makboul in Rochdale, where George Galloway won in that by-election back in February, but also suggesting there might be quite a few seats where actually some voters, particularly voters who are concerned about the party's position on Gaza, may have turned away from you because of that? Are you worried that Labour might actually lose out in some places where otherwise you might have walked it because of the party's position there?
Well, I think that that's something that really has to be considered. If we're lucky enough to serve in the Labour government, and these exit polls are to be believed, and they are the most reliable polls of all the polls, you know, how we do business and how we do international business and how we approach that needs to be truly considered. And I think the party's current position is the right position. It took a while to get there.
We just see Rachel Reeves there at her count in Leeds. You can just see the side of her head. She's well on track to become the first female Chancellor. We'll see by the morning if that comes to pass. But there she is at her count in Leeds.
It's going to be interesting.
She'll
make a great Chancellor, Rachel will.
We'll see if that comes to pass. What is interesting about the share of Labour's vote so far, and according to the exit poll, is that it could well be that Keir Starmer has a whopping majority of 170. But actually on a lower share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn. What are your thoughts on that?
I think really you need to compare it to the Tory share of the vote, right? I mean, at the last election, what did the Tories get? Was it 37%? Their lowest share of the vote in, I think, 23 years, and they served in government. So what I think we need to talk about is, you know, they had a right to govern with that. So let's look at where we land at the end of this and what Labour's share will be. And at the end of the day, that, you know, we will hopefully be in government.
But given that share for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, does that potentially mean that even with a majority of 170, people on the left are going to feel that they have a right, they do anyway, but have even more of a right to make their voice heard from the backbenches?
I think what the discussion will be about is PR, proportional representation. I think there'll be lots of people talking about PR. I think if you look at...
But you're not talking about that.
Well, I think the people, public, will be talking about proportional representation and whether we need to have a debate about it. And I've always said that we do need to have a debate about it around the country, because I think we're going to need to look at the share of the Green vote, the share of the Lib Dem vote, the share of the Labour vote, and then we need to do the number crunching when we see that.
Just one quick stat. Conservatives were 43.6% of the vote last time round, a bit higher than you were suggesting. I don't mean to just trip that into the conversation. Do you think that's going to come then, a conversation about the voting system after this election?
Oh, I think so. I think there's already. But if you think about it, there's already a debate around PR, and I think that there's always has been a debate around PR, but I think even stronger now there will be a debate around PR after this.
But not at the high echelons of the Labour Party, one suspects. If on the first pass of the post you're getting a majority of 170.
Oh yeah, I mean we wouldn't argue with the results. I mean, this is delivered for us. But actually, at Labour Party conference, we did pass a motion on PR.
Yeah, well, Keir Starmer, I think, once upon a time believed that PR was a good system, but it's not something that made it into the Labour Party manifesto. But Dawn Butler, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's take a look then, as Clive, you were just suggesting there, that the turnout in lots of places has not been great, and the vote share for Labour, despite what looks like it's going to turn out to be a whopping majority, may actually not be as convincing as the way that the Conservatives won a majority of 80 back in 2019. Rita, you've been looking at the turnout. What's it panning out as?
Panning out is quite low at the moment, Laura, and this is based on the results that we have in so far. So we've had 6 seats declared so far, and we're looking at 54% turnout based on those 6 seats, which is, you know, it's not resounding, really, is it? 54% was what we got in Newcastle Central. Let me show you the whole graph here, because it does make for interesting reading. We go right back to 1980, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, and you can see there the heady days of turnout were in the high 70s. They went up, actually, in 1992, you know, just peaking there at a little bit below 80%. Then you see something of a decline after 1997 when Tony Blair came in. We have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? And there were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change over the night, because obviously we've got many, many, many more results to come in. But it looks as if, our number crunchers are suggesting, it looks as if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was the election, Tony Blair's third victory, and that was a turnout there of roughly 60% or so, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where we are at the moment, Laura.
Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that voters really, really engage, and maybe this time that won't have happened, but plenty of data still to be putting into all of those graphs as the night develops. Well, let's show you again the results of that exit poll. Labour, of course, hopes very much this will make their dreams come true and be something like the real result when we get it in full by the end of the night. Labour there just disappeared. They were on 410 seats projected, with the Tories crashing to 131 seats projected, lower than they were back in 1997 when Tony Blair didn't quite wipe them out. The Liberal Democrats forecast also to have had an extremely successful night, up on 61. But you can see their Reform suggested they're on course for 13 seats. Now, remember, we're being very cautious about the smaller parties like Reform and the SNP, who the exit poll puts on 10 seats. That would be an absolute thumping for the party who's been in control of the Scottish Parliament in Holyrood for some time. They are expecting to slide back, but perhaps not to quite that low level. And the Greens on 2. They were targeting 4 seats very reluctantly, but the exit poll suggests that they'll have taken an extra 1. But there you are, the big headline, Keir Starmer on the front of Old Broadcasting House with a projected 410 seats.
Indeed. Chris Mason, our political editor, is here. You've got a couple of nuggets.
A couple of nuggets. So the Liberal Democrats, just picking up on Laura's reflections there on their numbers, they are wearing broad smiles tonight. They're talking about Davies' dozen, the 12 seats that they are declaring victory in. I won't read them all, but just a couple that catch the eye. Wimbledon in southwest London, Cheadle, Hazel Grove in Greater Manchester, Wokingham, formerly the seat of John Redwood, and they also think they may well have won in Tunbridge Wells in Kent, which I'm told last went Liberal in 1906. So they are pretty confident there. And also Harpenden and Esher in Surrey. Esher was the seat of the former Deputy Prime Minister Dominic Raab, who was standing down at the election. But just a sense there of the geography of where the Lib Dems are feeling confident. Of course, we await actual results in all of those.
And of course, also the Lib Dems, they're coming up with Davies' dozen. So congratulations to them coming up with the first headline of the night. It's classic. Congratulations, Lib Dem.
Medal of power.
Labour sources reckoning that, according to their data, perhaps 13 for Reform, as projected in the exit poll, might be at the upper end of where Reform end up.
But have you had any hint from Labour HQ of nervousness about some of their seats, even
This
perhaps
is where
going to Reform?
be
Because I've been
interesting,
hearing a
isn't
little
it?
bit of that tonight.
Absolutely, keeping an eye on some seats in South Yorkshire, for instance, and elsewhere. So, yeah, and of course, both of those things could be true, couldn't they? But let's see.
And one other little nugget just before we moved on. Our BBC colleagues on the ground in Basildon and Billericay, where the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden, did one of the quickest chicken runs you've ever seen in your life, stampeding to try to find himself a safe seat. But our colleagues there on the ground are suggesting that Richard Holden, who as Conservative chair theoretically should be in charge of this campaign, but he may well end up actually losing his seat. So we'll bring you more news from there as we hear. But that would be another scalp for the Conservative Party
really
to lose to Labour.
It's all happening. It's all happening. But what's happening with the person, it seems as if, will be becoming the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. His seat, of course, Holborn and St Pancras in North London. And Fiona Bruce is there. What are you hearing, Fiona?
Well, no nervousness here about losing his seat, I have to say. I mean, Counting is taking place now. They've got twice the number of counters here that they had last time around. Obviously, this is a very big night for Holborn St Pancras. Let me just show you. So there you've got the ranks of desks, people counting. There's actually two constituencies being counted here. Holborn St Pancras, which is Keir Starmer's, then Hampstead and Highgate, which is a new constituency because the boundaries have been withdrawn. So they're counting there. They're actually counting on two different floors. Keir Starmer's due to arrive here, we think, about 2:30, and we think that's when we'll get the result. We're all waiting for his moment when he comes. I just thought I'd show you a little bit behind the scenes what it's like while you're waiting for the man who we think is likely to be Prime Minister turning up. Here we are with my colleagues. As you can see, it's a very glamorous setup, and there's a lot of crisps and that kind of thing to fuel everyone keeping on going. The one thing I have managed to find out, I have to say Labour are being very disciplined about what they are saying as the night goes on. They're keeping a very tight rein on things. I've been texting MPs left, right and centre. What we do know is that there is an event happening in central London after this count. The party activists and staff are going to be there. It's a place in central London. They're not confirming that Keir Starmer will turn up, but to be honest, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. And then we will be trying to follow him there and see what happens later on.
OK, Fiona, thank you. Gateshead Central and Wickham, apparently, is another Labour hold. So they have hung on to that seat. Mark Ferguson is the new MP there.
OK, we'll bring you that result in more detail just as soon as we get it. But let's say hello to Diana Davidson, former Conservative MP, one of the standout victories of last time round. It's good to have you with us in the studio here, and we're rejoined again by Lord Mandelson. Diana, when you look at the kinds of results that we are expecting, this absolute historic crash for the Conservative Party, such a stark difference to when you were elected, why has it happened, do you think?
Range of reasons. I think the key one, too, we've been in power for 14 years. It would be very unusual, I think, for a government to win again after 14 years. You know, over the course of a parliament, you make mistakes. Over the course of, what have we had, 5? You're bound to make mistakes and tick off a lot of people. So I'm not particularly surprised that the cycle was due to come back around. But on this scale, particularly when you do contrast that to 2019, does feel difficult as a Conservative. You know, I'm a Conservative, I believe in Conservative values, and I firmly believe, respectfully, Peter, that we do a better job than the other guys. So to see this kind of result and see a lot of people who I would consider friends, good, hard-working people who've put their all into being members of Parliament, who are set to lose it through no fault of their own, it's devastating.
What do you think the mistakes were? So you cited the natural pendulum swing. Some people might think, and maybe that is part of what is going on tonight, but you also mentioned mistakes. So what were the mistakes, do you think?
I think the biggest mistake that our party has made over the past probably 3 to 4 years is getting too used to being in power and forgetting who the true opposition is. You know, we are supposed to be a united force fighting against the other guys, fighting against opposition parties, putting forth a united Conservative front. And I think we lost sight of that over the past few years and have found so many factions within our own that the infighting has begun. And we've been, frankly, airing a lot of our dirty linen in public in a way that I don't think is dignified for any party. And I think that's what's led to the scale of the defeat that we're seeing tonight.
I don't know if you heard the comments from your former colleague, Sir Robert Buckland.
I did.
He was talking about a political circus. He was talking about people not telling the truth. And you say it's the last 3 or 4 years when things have appeared to be divided and voters don't really like it. But actually, maybe it happened a long time before that. You know, 3 or 4 years ago, it's only 2021. Before that, you'd already got rid of 2 prime ministers. David Cameron had to quit after the referendum. Theresa May was then had out by Eurosceptics plotting against her to install Boris Johnson. So who do you hold responsible? Because it's not like you suddenly started squabbling a couple of years ago.
No, I think, you know, the European debate has existed within the Conservative Party for decades. And as soon as that one was to some extent settled, it felt like we just had to find a new squabble, a new thing to fight over. We've been fighting over the kind of culture war issues, over economic policy, taxation, whether we should, you know, cut taxes, whatever. And it's been just really devastating to see because, as I say, airing all that dirty linen in public, I don't think there's a single individual responsible. I think for many people in the morning, once the dust has settled, well, we are in the morning, later on in the morning, once the dust has settled a little bit further, there are a lot of us who have to take a long, hard look in the mirror And I think all accept a level of responsibility for the position that we find ourselves in now. And not just in terms of the fact that, you know, we're facing a crushing loss, but also responsibility to the country. Because, as I say, I firmly believe the Conservative approach is better. I think the Conservative government would do a better job than a Labour government. So I feel like in that sense, we're letting the country down.
This is really interesting because you say that 14 years is a long time and, you know, no government could recharge itself after that length of time and it's probably inevitable that you lose power. Do you think the rot set in back in 2010? The charge from a lot of those people who are voting reform, who have moved to Labour, is that the country's gone to the dogs. So, trains, dreadful, sewage in the rivers, schools falling apart, you know, a military that cannot defend these islands, a sense of decline. Is there any suggestion that perhaps that goes back to that austerity budget of 2010?
I think there's probably a grain of truth to that, but I think when you look at the wider infrastructure problems around sewage, around our trains infrastructure, I think it goes back generations, frankly. Generations of kind of short-sighted political cycles of trying to get the next quick win and not taking those long-term investment decisions that are going to be better in the long-term future. I mean, we look at our sewage infrastructure as one example. There has been decades of underinvestment in that, so you can't pin that just to a Conservative government.
But hang on, you had 14 years.
Yes, and also yeah, sure. And your big mantra has been, we're going to cut taxes. If you cut taxes and you haven't got any growth, that means you've got no money to do all that stuff.
Well, you're right, but that's why growth is so important. It's about getting the right framework.
But that takes time.
Of course, it takes time.
Isn't the problem that in the austerity years of Mr. Cameron and George Osborne, the capital spending, the investment in our infrastructure was cut to shreds? I mean, there's a lot else that went on, a lot of spending on all the normal sort of everyday welfare spending and all the rest of it. But it left the infrastructure, the sort of fabric of the country and of our society and economy, so much more weakened. So that when we did experience COVID, and when we did have the unexpected outbreak of war in Ukraine, which took another sort of sway through our finances, the core of the country was just not strong enough to withstand this endless battering. And I think Clive may have a point here that it does go back to those early decisions, those cuts in capital spending, in infrastructure, in railways and just buildings and all the rest of it. That's what weakened us so early on, isn't it?
But the point I would push back on is we cannot simply keep borrowing to exist. We can't keep borrowing at every opportunity. And the big mission of that early Conservative government from sort of 2010 to 15 was to try and cut the deficit and start to get our debt down. Because as we know right now, our debt repayments monthly is currently larger than... I know, but our debt repayments monthly is currently larger than our entire education budget. At some point, we have to take responsibility for that.
That's interesting. That's really interesting because John Curtis made the point a few days ago that the polls suggest that the public aren't interested in tax cuts if the NHS is falling apart. So it feels as if the argument from some is completely upside down.
But I'd go back to the point I was just making there about that point around we cannot just keep spending on the nation's credit card long term because ultimately we are setting ourselves up for a catastrophe. Right. So I think it's right that difficult decisions were made.
I would have some sympathy for that point of view. But even Conservatives now say that during the austerity years, the cuts were unjustified and excessive. And yes, we do have to grow our economy in order to pay for our public services. But the difference is that during the last sort of 14 years, we've had growth at between 1% and 2%. That contrasts, I have to say, with the New Labour record, which was of growth between 2% and 3%.
Okay.
Now we have even less.
Okay.
We have like 0 and 0.5%.
We just had 0.7, which was the fastest in the G7.
0.7?
In a quarter. in a quarter.
We need more than 0.7%
that's
growth.
2.8% a year if you extrapolate it, which is a very good level of growth indeed.
OK, well, it's a debate that's been...
It's not a great record.
Well, it's a debate that's been running through the campaign, and it's a debate that is going to continue to run and run and run, the elusive search for growth.
Indeed, and there were plenty of arguments in favour of austerity, it has to be said, back in 2010. So let's get that. Chris, you want to come in there?
Just a quick nugget. I'm hearing from Labour sources that they think Islington North, where their former leader Jeremy Corbyn is standing as an independent against Labour, Labour are saying that that seat looks challenging for them. Which
challenging for Labour?
For Labour,
right.
Which suggests that at the very least it's close. So we shall see, but that's a fascinating kind of subplot in the grand evening of many, many stories, but something to keep an eye on.
And that would be if Labour was to lose that seat to Jeremy Corbyn standing as an independent, that would not be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous victory that Labour is now expecting, according to the exit poll. We're just watching the pictures there of Northumberland, and the returning officer with an incredible hat is back at the lectern, and she's just putting her glasses on. Let's listen in, because we're going to get the declaration for the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
For the Cramlington and Killingworth parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454. Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,592. Matthew Wilkinson, Social Democratic Party, 137. And that Emma Foodie is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Cramlington and Killingworth constituency.
Well, Labour wins that constituency, Cramlington and Killingworth. Her supporters cheering there, a beaming smile from the Labour candidate. Like lots of parts of the country, most seats, in fact, they're affected by changes to the boundaries, which means some seats have got new names. People with good memories might think, oh, where is that? But this is one of these new seats, Cramlington and Killingworth. Labour takes that. But again, crucially in that result, Reform beating the Conservatives into second place. Quick reminder of the numbers. Emma Foodie there at well over 22,000. But look, very, very tight. Only around 100 votes in it between Reform and the Conservative candidate, Ian Levy, who was formerly an MP for Blythe next door, with a majority of 12,820 for Labour.
Yeah, and the turnout, again, not great, 60%, but just look at the share of the vote here. Labour up 5 points, but look at Reform, up 13 points, and the Conservatives down 21. That has been the story of the night so far. The Greens up just 2, Liberal Democrats down 1, and look at that swing from Labour to Reform, 4.1%. Reform Party, they're not winning any seats, but their share of the vote is creeping up, and that's been the story so far this evening. We were talking about the Liberal Democrats a little bit earlier. We're going to go to Jeremy Vine, who's going to paint more of a picture, given the results that we've got and the exit polls, of how the Liberal Democrats could fare this evening. Jeremy.
Well, it looks like being an absolutely brilliant night for the Liberal Democrats, doesn't it? And let me just, you mentioned just a moment ago boundary changes, and I guess we need to start from that point, because I just got to explain this key issue of the boundary changes and how we actually set the starting point for these comparisons. A lot of this map has changed since last time. In order to make comparisons with last time, we've fed the 2019 vote through the new boundaries. And on that basis, the Lib Dems are defending just 8 seats, basically, from the last election. Just 8. But this was their target list. So let's have a look at the Lib Dem target list with the most juicy target, Carshalton, the narrowest Conservative win on the list, North East 5, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, Nick Clegg's old seat, South Cambridgeshire, Cheltenham, etc. So there's 50 seats on this board here. all won by other parties. Carshalton, the easiest for the Lib Dems to take. And we'll look now at what we think under the exit poll will happen. And once again, underline, this is just a projection. So have a look at that. That's why I say a great night for the Lib Dems, great day for all those water sports Ed Davey was doing in the campaign. Carshalton goes, North East 5, Wendy Chamberlain back there, Wimbledon, Sheffield Hallam back with Nick Clegg and his party, or Nick Clegg, the former MP. Finchley, Mrs Thatcher's old seat, would be Lib Dem under our exit poll. And the rot only stops from the Conservatives' point of view at Tunbridge Wells, where our exit poll suggests it stays blue. But we'll see as the night goes on what actually happens. Next board. At what point does the Lib Dem advance stop? The late Paddy Ashdown would have enjoyed seeing Yeovil back in the orange column, North Norfolk, North Cornwall, Epsom and Ewell, the old seat of Chris Grayling, who's gone into the House of Lords tonight. That's gone Lib Dem. Surrey Heath, Michael Gove's old seat, Mid Dorset, and then basically Torbay. Torbay. Let's have a look. Just down here in the southwest, Torbay is that point on the map there in orange. So what you're seeing with the Lib Dems is this onrush of advances across the southeast and southwest, taking back seats that they would have had in years past, but they haven't had this many for a very, very, very long time. As somebody said earlier, it's a once-in-a-century result for them. It's really extraordinary, and it's caused by one thing and one particular thing, which is the crash in the Conservative vote. And if you're a Lib Dem and you're in second place last time and the Conservatives melt down, it's your seat.
OK, Jeremy, thank you. Continuing the theme of the Liberal Democrats, we're going to go to Kingston and Surbiton. Ed Davies' seat, and Nick Watt is there for us. Nick, are they feeling confident there, given how the evening seems to be panning out?
Well, the Liberal Democrats, Clive, are indeed feeling very confident. In the last minute, I've just heard from a Lib Dem source who is saying, we now believe they are saying that they've won 47 seats, and that would beat the 1997 result, which was obviously their big breakthrough. And they're saying tonight, this is an astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats. One seat they're claiming to have won is Tunbridge Wells. They are saying the disgusted of Tunbridge Wells have spoken out, and the significance of that is that seat last voted Liberal, as it was then known in 1906. But Clive, what is interesting about all those seats we saw Jeremy pointing out is it's a mix of the old and it's the new. It's old seats like Yeovil and Eastleigh. Those were the seats that took them into coalition, and new seats like Wimbledon and Woking that have not been Liberal Democrat in recent memory. And what the Liberal Democrats overall are saying is they think this is their best result since 1923, because their view was that all they need is to make 29 gains, extra seats, and then they're doing better than they've done since 1923 in terms of gains. And obviously they're saying that it's 47 they've won. Well, the exit poll is talking about, I think, 61.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. Just pictures of Ed Davey there looking pretty chipper.
It's cock-a-hoop.
It has to be said. Let's talk to Chris, who's with us. That strategy, Chris, of trying to get headlines, of trying to get at least the public seeing what the Liberal Democrats had to offer, it does look as if, possibly, according to the exit poll, that might have actually worked. And we were hearing that from Daisy Cooper a little bit
so I think that there's two elements to the Lib Dem strategy that are interesting. There's the very visual one. I was stood on a windy hill in a field in Hazel Grove about 10 days ago as Ed Davey was painting a bit of pottery with a bee on it, which was one of his more sedate activities of the last 6 weeks. Didn't quite match the bungee jump that was to follow a little later. So, yeah, firstly, there was that kind of visual strategy. Here is a party that gets squeezed the whole time by the big beasts at Westminster of the Conservatives and Labour. How do you capture attention? Ed Davey does this kind of midlife crisis for 6 weeks on camera. But there's a more interesting element, I think, to the Lib Dem strategy of the last couple of years than that. And it is this. They have, in the past, been punished by the electoral system. In other words, they've had lots of supporters in lots of places, but not enough in enough places to win many seats. They don't like the electoral system. We heard Daisy Cooper saying as much a couple of hours ago. But they thought, if we're going to win at Westminster, we've got to work with the system we've got. In other words, focus ruthlessly, geographically, on places where they can assemble enough voters in a particular place to win the seat and, to put it bluntly, to heck with a lot of other places. Yes, you put up a candidate, but you don't really make a massive amount of effort. And it would look like that is bearing fruit with them. They're also conscious that in an election where perhaps the overriding sentiment has been one of anger at the Conservatives, that they could be the vessel for that anger, the recipients of that anger, if you like, in parts of the country which are rarely enamoured by Labour, even on a good night for Labour, particularly south-east of England, south-west of England.
The other thing that's changed, though, over time, hasn't it, is that the Lib Dems used to try to face both ways, really. They were trying to take Labour votes in some parts of the country and take Tory votes in others. They've recently, ruthlessly put their money and their resources and their political efforts into going after the Tories. I mean, Ed Davey was even sort of trying to say during the campaign they were the real left-wing alternative compared to the Labour Party. And indeed, some of their policies, like spending loads more on social care, raising taxes to spend more on health.
Yes. Oh, they have been, under Ed Davey, a proudly anti-Conservative party. And of course, you know, it's not a million years ago that Ed Davey was a minister in a coalition government where the Conservatives were the primary party, but he has absolutely shifted its attention to being just that, and tried to, in so doing, cleanse them as they might see it and others might see it, given the hammering that they took in 2015 following their time in coalition. It's nearly a decade on from that, and and they were in the doldrums for years and years and years until it would appear tonight.
And stepping aside in some of those seats that they're not really going to win.
Well, I mean, what's interesting here, because you often have a conversation, there's been a bit of a conversation in the last couple of years around all of this about, talk of deals and all that kind of stuff. The nature of the political geography of the UK, and in particular England, has tended to be that where the Liberal Democrats are competitive, i.e. can win seats, Labour are a million miles behind, and vice versa. So, yes, it looks like there could be evidence of people voting tactically, effectively voting anti-Conservative tonight, but the parties haven't really necessarily had to coordinate that in any sense. They can allow an electorate to come to its own conclusion based on the psephology, if you like, of each individual area. Can't believe I've used that big word at 1:30 in the morning, but, why not?
But he's trying to say voters are smart, right?
Yeah, totally. They can work it out and work out where their vote can be used most efficiently.
Exactly. All right, Chris, thanks for that.
Well, let's go to Leeds West and Pudsey and speak to Rachel Reeves, who is the Shadow Chancellor, as things stand, who for some time has had high hopes of becoming the first female Chancellor. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Do you think you're going to be Chancellor tomorrow afternoon?
Well, that would be Keir's decision, but if the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, this will be an historic victory for the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer's leadership turning around the Labour Party, putting it back in the service of working people, has put us in this position now where we are in touching distance of forming the next government. I very much hope to play my full part in that.
Why do you think the results are panning out the way they have? We've heard a lot in the studio already tonight about voters' unhappiness with the Tories over the last few years. Perhaps less optimism about the message that you put out there. Which was it, do you think?
People are crying out for change. That's the message that I heard loud and clear during the course of this election. You know, after 14 years of chaos, division and decline, 5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors, people want to change, and people have voted for that in huge numbers. And I think the overarching theme of this election is the seats that Labour are winning and the seats that Labour look to win, including some seats potentially that Labour has never won before, that we are on course to pick up this evening because of the change that Keir Starmer has brought to the Labour Party.
It does seem, though, that more Conservative voters may be switching to Reform rather than moving their votes across to you. I mean, if that comes to pass, and actually Nigel Farage's party was more attractive to voters willing to move than Keir Starmer's Labour Party was, what kind of verdict do you think that would be?
Well, look, let's see how the night unfolds. We haven't had that many results yet, and so far it's been Labour that's been picking up seats, including directly from the Conservatives, for example, in Swindon. That is good news for Labour, and we are on course for being able to provide the strong leadership that this country needs, with a strong mandate to deliver the change that we set out in our manifesto, to bring stability back to the economy, to create those 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers in our state schools. So that's what we sought a mandate for, and we very much hope tomorrow to be able to start getting to work on that job.
But in terms of the enthusiasm for the Labour Party, I mean, as you point out, it's just an exit poll. It is still early in the night. We haven't had that many real results. But the exit poll does point to an absolutely thumping majority for Keir Starmer, and yet it also suggests that Labour's share of the vote is up around 1%, and the Reform share of the vote appears to be up around 14%. Are you confident that Labour will not lose seats to the Reform Party tonight?
Well, look, let's see what happens on that seat-by-seat basis. But if the results unfold in the way that it looks likely, this is going to be an almost unprecedented landslide majority for the Labour Party. That will give us the mandate to make the changes that our country needs. People are crying out for change, and it looks like people are putting their trust in the Change Labour Party under Keir's leadership, and it's now up to us to repay that trust by starting to deliver on the things that we set out during the course of this election, to bring stability back to our economy, wealth creation and jobs and opportunities in all parts of the UK, to tackle the cost of living crisis. That is the change that our country needs, and that is the change that I know that Keir and the whole team is determined to deliver if we have that chance from tomorrow.
Rachel Reeves, Clive Myrie here, but are you confident that you're going to be able to deliver in the way that you would like to, given that you've signed up to the fiscal rules of the previous government, if you do win eventually this evening? You have put yourself in a straitjacket. You are not going to raise taxes, at least on those that are out there, concerning your tax lock, as it were, no rises in VAT, national insurance and income tax. You're going to be in a very straitened and difficult position. And yet you're saying that you're going to be able to deliver for all those people who now have put faith in you. How are you going to do that?
So everything in our manifesto is fully costed and fully funded. So we have set out in the manifesto the immediate injection of cash we will provide for our public services. The 6,500 new teachers in our state schools paid for by closing the loophole whereby private schools don't pay VAT or business rates today. Closing the tax loopholes whereby non-doms still are not paying their fair share of tax in the country that they make home. And we will put that money into our National Health Service. So an immediate injection of cash. But what we sought at this election was a mandate to grow our economy. And that requires tough decisions and difficult conversations and fights ahead, for example, on our planning system. But we're determined to bring growth back to Britain. I talk to so many investors and businesses who say they've got money to invest, but they're choosing not to invest in Britain today because of the lack of stability, because of a planning system that is stacked against actually getting stuff built in Britain. We're going to turn that around to make Britain a great place to invest, working in partnership with business so that we can unlock those opportunities for wealth creation, for prosperity, good jobs in all parts of the country. And in the end, it's only through growing our economy that we're going to have the money that we need for our public services and also to start improving living standards for ordinary working people and pensioners as well. So that's the mandate we sought at this election, to grow the economy, and that's the work that I intend to crack on with if I have that chance as Chancellor as part of a Labour government.
Yeah, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, they locked themselves into Kenneth Clarke's fiscal rules back in 1997 within 2 years, and they had a growing economy. Within 2 years, they raised national insurance. You're going to have to put up taxes, aren't you?
Well, that's not true. National insurance stayed at the rates it was for the first term of a Labour government. And we've made a commitment not to increase income tax, national insurance or VAT for the full term of a Labour government for a simple reason. People have gone through a massive cost of living crisis these last few years, and whacking up taxes on working people is not the way to address a cost of living crisis. That's why we are looking to grow the economy. Other countries have managed to grow their economy and as a result had money to invest in their public services whilst also keeping taxes down. The failure to grow the economy in Britain is a real dereliction of duty of the Conservative government that is on its way out. We're going to turn that around with a plan to bring stability to our economy, investment to our economy, and then reform of things like the planning system that has held back investment, held back building in Britain for far too long, and we're going to do something about that. That's what we sought a mandate for in this election, and that is the work that's going to start tomorrow.
OK, Rachel Reeves, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Leeds West. And Pudsey, from her constituency there, she started off being quite coy, saying it looked like an exit poll. You couldn't be complacent about anything. But by the end of our conversation, she was saying it's up to us.
She
the
was the
Conservatives
Chancellor.
are on their way out.
Indeed. Didn't take that long. OK, we're going to go to Rita because we're going to look at the result in Harrogate and Knaresborough.
You've preempted my line, Clive. I'm not sure I like that because I was going to show you my new toy, which is this. We're calling it the Big Shout. Harrogate and Knaresborough, a Lib Dem gain. Of course, Lib Dem mustard yellow, and it's a Lib Dem gain from the Conservatives. Tom Gordon is the new Lib Dem MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough, Harrogate in Yorkshire, of course, and he's got a majority of 8,200 plus. And it's the change in the vote share that's always so interesting, isn't it? Because the Lib Dems have put on 10% since 2019, the Conservatives right down on 22%, and the Reform Party actually coming in on an increase of 11%. And you can see here the swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat is 16%. So that is the Liberal Democrats' first gain of the night, their first seat of the night, Harrogate and Knaresborough for Sir Ed Davies, Liberal Democrats. Laura, Clive.
Thank you, Rita.
Wow, let's go to another big seat where some people have been predicting, expecting or speculating about a big headline. We're going to go to our colleague Ross Atkins, who is in Norfolk, southwest Norfolk to be more precise. The seat who has been held by somebody all of us got very familiar with not so long ago, Liz Truss, her ill-fated time in Downing Street. But of course, before that, she'd been a cabinet minister for many years. But Ross Atkins, what is the mood at the count there? There's been suggestions that her seat might be in danger. Does it feel like that on the ground?
Evening, Laura. Evening, Clive. Well, as you can probably hear, there's a hive of activity behind me here in the Lynn Sport Leisure Centre in King's Lynn. We've actually got two counts going on for Northwest Norfolk and Southwest Norfolk. Southwest Norfolk being Liz Truss's constituency. She's one of the several candidates standing for election, and there's no sense that this is something which is a done deal. Talking to a number of people involved in the different parties who are watching the vote count going on, they're all noting that Reform seems to be performing well or above expectations. That doesn't mean they think Reform is going to win, but that could be part of a complex electoral equation for Liz Truss, because she's under pressure from a number of directions, from the Labour candidate, from Reform, but also from an independent candidate who was a supporter of the Conservatives, but according to one of his team, they are now consciously targeting disgruntled Tory voters. So we'll have to see how many supporters of Liz Truss from previous elections come across. And just to put this in context, both of these constituencies would have, till very recently, be considered rock solid for the Conservatives. Both the MPs standing for re-election have majorities of well over 20,000, and yet when we look at the exit poll, Northwest Norfolk is projected as being 66% likely for the Labour Party, and as for Liz Truss, her victory is described as possible. So neither of these two things are settled. In terms of the practicalities, you can probably see the stage just behind me where the results will be announced. We're expecting Northwest Norfolk at 4:30 in the morning, Southwest Norfolk, Liz Truss's constituency, at 5:30 in the morning.
OK, Ross, thank you very much indeed. And we're going to stay out and about around the country because there is so much going on. But Chris, very briefly to you, some news expected to be another headline of the night.
The Liberal Democrats think they're taking a cabinet scalp. They think that they're going to win in Chichester, in Sussex, and beat Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Here's a quote from a spokesperson: "Schools out for summer, autumn, winter and spring for Gillian Keegan," which gives you some sense of their confidence, the Liberal Democrats' confidence. that they are going to beat a cabinet minister in the coming hours.
And that would be huge. He's got a majority of 19,000. So the Lib Dems very confident if they're actually saying that and giving quotes out. However much they love giving out quotes, the Liberal Democrats, they only do it when they've actually got something to say. Clive.
Interesting as well, the vote down in Basildon and Billericay, where the Tory party chairman, Richard Holden, is fighting, and he chicken run. He was parachuted in there. Catherine Biorahanga is there for us tonight. Catherine, just bring us up to date.
Yes, Clive and Laura, I was just about to tell you that the count is all over here. But just in the last few seconds, we've seen some ballot papers being brought out. Several of the counting staff are busy recounting some of the ballot papers, it seems, from where I'm standing here. This really is an indication of just how close the vote is here in Basildon and Billericay. And the reason, of course, there is a national focus, as you mentioned here, Clive, is the fact that you have the Conservative Party chairman, Richard Holden, standing in this seat. There was controversy around it. Some Conservative Party members feeling he was parachuted in. This, of course, was meant to be a safe Conservative seat for the party chairman. We've seen him here walking along the count floor, and really you can just get the sense that it's quite tense. We've heard from the Labour representatives, they're saying it's too close to call. Reform UK, their candidate, Stephen Conley, was actually speaking to the BBC. He says he's quite confident about the results. As we've seen with the exit polls, Reform has been doing well across the country. They're optimistic that that result can be repeated here. But this really is a shock for the Conservatives. They had a notional majority of over 20,000 votes. This was going to be a safe seat for the party chairman. Right now, it seems that if he does win this seat for his party, it's going to be a really tough call. So we're just going to keep an eye on this recount coming in. I was speaking to a Conservative Party official who told me that if it's only a difference of about 2,000 votes, 1,000 votes, the Conservatives might want a recount. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this vote that's coming in at Basildon and Billericay.
OK, Catherine Biorahanga will keep an eye on that seat. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Let's go to the other side of the country. We can talk to Katie Razzle, who's in Bristol. And one of the really interesting things in Bristol, Katie, is that real fight between Thangam Debbonaire, who is the Shadow Culture Secretary, who would be very hopeful of being in a Keir Starmer cabinet, and the Greens, who have been pushing very hard. What's the mood?
Well, the mood here, I'm in the Oasis Academy. Hello, Laura. Hello, Clive. You can see Bristol East, which is one of the counts happening here, but way down the end of that corridor, that is the key one for us and for many people watching this count. That is Bristol Central, where, as you say, Thangam Debbonaire, Shadow Culture Secretary, she has a huge majority last time, 30,000 around that. But I've been in there pretty recently, having a look round as the people are counting, representatives from all the parties are watching as those votes are being counted. And I have to say there is only one set of party representatives in that room looking happy, looking confident, and that is not the party predicted to win a landslide at this election. It is, of course, the Green Party. They are using very sober language still. Carla Denyer, the co-leader, is about to arrive here, and they're talking in very sober terms, just saying they're optimistic and it was great on the doorstep. But someone from one of the smaller parties who's been in that room for a long time told me she thinks the Greens are storming it in Bristol Central, and it certainly looked that way to me when I was in there. Of course, it's early days. We're not going to find out till 3:15, but there have already, it looks to me like been some Labour people who do look pretty devastated. I was talking to somebody who was saying that even as they were trying to get their vote out on the doorsteps, even as late as 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight, people were saying, I'm sorry, we really like Thangam, but we're going to vote Green because, I mean, what this person was saying, in a sense, there's no jeopardy. If you think there's going to be a Labour landslide, it's OK in a seat where you want to support the Greens to do that without any jeopardy. And that seems to have been potentially, if that is what swings it, but that is one of the reasons why this has happened. But there's a lot of faces, sad faces here, but we're going to wait for at least another hour and a half until we know what's happened.
OK, Katie, thank you very much indeed. And in the context of what looks like a really resounding result for the Labour Party, to lose that seat in Bristol Central, Thangam Debbonaire, close ally of Keir Starmer, that would be a disappointment amongst it. Just while we've been chatting, two more results have come through. Rayleigh and Wickford is the first Conservative victory of the night. That seat held by Mark Francois, prominent Eurosceptic there, holding that seat in Essex for the Conservatives. But Labour has taken Stroud in Gloucestershire from the Conservative Party too. So, a couple of results, and when we've got the numbers in full, we'll bring them to you just as soon as we can.
Chris, you want to come in here?
Full recount taking place in Basildon. So
Right,
the seat being contested by the Conservative Party chairman suggests it is very close.
Which is just where we were talking to our reporter there on the ground. Huge tension there.
And now a full recount underway, as Catherine was hinting at, might be coming, but now confirmed.
Confirmed. All right, OK, we'll bring you the results of that and all the others in a few minutes. But the BBC's newscast is hosting an all-night watch party in the Radio Theatre here in central London. Adam Fleming. Yeah, we're left here. Billy No Mates. Adam is hosting.
Hello from the newscast all-nighter, which is in the BBC Radio Theatre at BBC HQ, but we've turned it into a giant living room and filled it with politics and podcast fans who've been watching tonight's election results as they come in on this absolutely massive television and these very comfy sofas which we've had installed. Let's see how people are feeling. We're joined by David and Annabelle. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
And Adam. Hello.
Hello.
Two Adams are better than one. Right, so how do you feel about things so far?
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, personally very pleased.
Because?
In particular because of the swing in Eastleigh, which is where we're from, in Hampshire. So really keen to see Lib Dem take that back.
Okay. How about you? Family agreement?
Yes, definitely. Very pleased about the Labour majority, probably, but scared too.
What, scared about what?
Well, looks like Reform's going to get quite a few new votes, which is...
Why would that be such a bad thing?
I just don't agree with a lot of their policies. I think they're quite scary as a party.
Well, that's slightly awkward because, Adam, you're a supporter of Reform. Oh, well.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, yeah.
Yeah, how do you feel then? I mean, the story of the night is... well, the number of seats that Reform end up getting, but I think the thing that's really struck me is just those amazing second places they've been getting in the seats that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is obviously if you get second all night, you're not actually going to get any seats. But I think Reform will be very pleased, the leadership will be very pleased with how it's gone. And I mean, they said from the start, even just one seat would be amazing. And so I think that overall they'll be very pleased with seeing 13 come up. And I think it really gives, given how much proportion of the vote they have, maybe it's not reflected in the seat count, but they will be really pleased being government and really have a mandate from the people.
I mean, Reform is often talked about as a kind of one-man band, the one man being Nigel Farage. Do you think there are 12 other good quality Reform people out there to be in Parliament? What are these 12 other people going to be like if there are 13 Reform seats?
I mean, I think everyone is, you follow the party line. And I think the politics of the party, they're addressing the concerns people actually have. I think the issues people see Conservatives, and Conservatives fumbled the bag, really. They were given a massive majority in the last election, completely wasted it, I think. And with Labour, I don't see change. I'm sorry, they say they stand for change. I don't think that is the case at all. Lib Dems...
I'm going to ask David about the Lib Dems, because he seems pretty pleased about the Lib Dems. They're not getting a lot of attention tonight on the programme because the bigger stories are going on. But how do you feel about if there's 53 Lib Dems again? That's kind of back to the good old days, as they would see it, kind of pre-coalition.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a good thing. I'm voting tactically, or have voted tactically in my constituency. But yeah, going those numbers, back to before the bad times, as it were, when they lost an awful lot of seats, didn't they? But yeah, I think it was the obvious alternative to the Tory situation in our constituency. And to be honest, people have just had enough. So many lies, so many things going wrong. The economy wrecked. It's been awful.
Right, thank you very much, you three. I hope it's not too awkward now sitting next to each other for the next 12 hours.
Recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Gibson, Conservative Party candidate, 14,323. Laura McAvoy, Labour Party, 16,621. Matthew Snedker, Green Party, 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats, 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK, 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark. There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives. They took it in 2019. And it is Lola McAvoy who has taken it there from the GMB union rep. 16,621. The Conservatives in second place. Michael Walker for Reform UK in third place. The turnout, again, disappointing, 60%, but the majority, 2,298. So Labour taking back Darlington from the Conservatives with that majority of 2,298.
So the headline in Darlington, a seat that turned blue in 2019 has turned red again. But let's look at the numbers in more detail. You can see there what happened to the Conservative share, crashing by 16%. Labour barely going up at all, hardly noticeable, 0.3%. And the Reform Party up by 13%. Now, Reform didn't do enough to beat the Tories into second place, as we've seen in some other seats tonight. But if Reform hadn't been around, then the Tories would have held it on those numbers. Let's look at the swing from Tories to Labour, 8.1%. So Darlington is once again in Labour hands, part of the country they used to, their critics would say, take for granted that they lost in 2019, back in Labour hands tonight.
Yeah, Labour are winning seats, there's no question about that. And the exit poll projection was for a majority of 170 seats, a majority. So they are doing well. That is the story. But Reform and their percentage share is also part of the mix this evening. And one of those seats that Labour have taken this evening is from the Conservatives is Stroud. And Rita has been drilling down into the numbers a little bit more on that.
I have indeed, Clive. I can show you how this was done. So Stroud in the Cotswolds in Gloucestershire, a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Now, this was a top Labour target. It was number 14 on their list, and it's quite a bellwether seat. It was Labour during the days of Tony Blair, and then Conservative during the Cameron years. But Simon Ofer, who's a local GP, is now the new Labour MP for Stroud with a majority of 11,400 plus. And look, turnout 71%. Now it's high in Stroud. People have really come out to cast their vote here. Take a look at the vote share. Labour up by 5%. The Conservatives right down 20% of their vote lost since 2019. Reform up 10%, so another strong performance there by Reform. And the swing here from the Conservatives to Labour is 12%. Now, Labour only needed 2% to take Stroud, so they've done it with bells on, really. Laura, Clive.
All right. Thank you, Rita. We should just bring you the Nuneaton result. Classic bellwether seat here. Tory under the Thatcher and Labour under Blair. Well, Labour have taken it from the Conservatives. That Nuneaton seat there. A nursery manager, Jodie Gosling, 15,216 votes, beating government whip. And on the Tory right, Marcus Jones, 11,737. And the turnout, again, disappointing, 57%. But the majority, 3,479. And Reform coming in with a healthy 9,059.
Prime Minister campaigning there just the other day.
Right. So even those seats where Rishi Sunak has been out on the stump himself, it didn't save them in that particular seat, not in Nuneaton, which, as Clive said, is one of those absolute classic seats around the country that tends to vote with the prevailing wind of the nation. So let's look at the numbers in a bit more detail. You can see again, look, Labour up 5%, which is significant, but not overwhelming. The Tories crashing by 32%. That is falling off a cliff. What does it mean for the swing? Tory to Labour, 19%. So a very, very significant swing there in Nuneaton, which is exactly the kind of seat where Labour had to be making significant progress. Signs so far tonight showing that that is absolutely what they're doing.
Quick look from Basildon and Billericay. We're talking about the recount there involving the Conservative Party chairman, the Labour leader of the local council, saying there are 20 votes in it.
Ooh, a nail-biter. Nail-biter.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
All right. A quick tally of where we are so far this evening. It is coming up to 2 o'clock. in the morning. Labour are on 13 seats, up 4. The Conservatives have a single seat, and they're down 5. The Liberal Democrats up 1, with 1 seat. Reform, no seats, but we've talked a lot this evening so far about their vote share, and the Greens on no seats yet so far. There's a long time to go.
There is.
Lots going on, and you've just...
I think I've got a mouthful of banana.
Mouthful of bananas. Well,
Yeah,
we need our energy. We need our energy.
Right, we can welcome a new duet to the table while you two muck about and talk about your snacks. Joining us is Dame Margaret Hodge, long-term Labour politician, now on her way to the House of Lords.
Yes, indeed.
We understand. And Lee Kane, who was Boris Johnson's Director of Communications and one of the people who was part of the 2019 campaign that turned the red to blue, and now tonight it seems that you are seeing the blue being turned back to red again. I mean, what has happened that has smashed to bits that group of voters, that victory that you were part of putting together in 2019?
So, I was with Boris Johnson when he wrote and delivered the speech where he told that new coalition, thanking them for lending us the vote. You lent us this vote, and he went on to saying that the people here want change. And we cannot, and we must not let them down. And we did. And that is the fundamental reason why we're seeing people deserting the Tory party in droves.
One of the reasons, though, people might say that they've switched to Labour, and we're just watching pictures of Ashton underline, you can see there in the corner of your screen, because that's the seat of Angela Rayner, the Labour Deputy Leader. So we're watching because she might walk in that door in a matter of moments. Many people watching tonight might think it wasn't just that you didn't do the things that you promised you would do in 2019. It's also because of the way that Boris Johnson went on to govern. And it's also because of things about Partygate. But we'll get to that. Declaration in Barnsley. Let's take you straight there.
For each candidate at the election is as follows. Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs, Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas, Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius, Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore
again,
duly
you see
declare
there,
Dan
in a seat in the north of England, Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister, Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some...
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121. I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job. And she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is a huge